A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Claudia, telephone.
I hear it, Mom. It's probably David.
I suppose you recognize the ring.
Of course I do. David has a very special ring. Hello. Hello, darling. We were just talking about you. I told you it was David, Mama. What? Oh, I was just telling Mama I told her it was you. I'm listening. What is it? Hey, can't you tell me? So you didn't buy a car, did you, David? Oh. Well, certainly we'll be there. Of course. Goodbye, darling. How's David?
So I judged. What did he have to say? Sounded very mysterious.
Well, get your hat and coat on.
I'll do no such thing at this time of the evening. What for?
I don't know, but David says to meet him at the corner drugstore in half an hour.
Why?
He didn't say why.
He's your husband. You go find out, but don't drag me along on any wild goose chase.
Listen, you have to come. He insists.
What about my roast?
Oh, leave it in the oven. It won't walk away. David said it was very important. See, I wonder what it can be.
Why did you rush me? We're early, Claudia.
So's David. I can see him on the corner. He's very pleased with himself.
You're not that good. You can't see David's face from here.
No, but whenever he's pleased with himself, he kind of relaxes all over, trying to look as if he wasn't pleased with himself. He sees us.
Stop jumping up and down like that. Everybody will think you're crazy.
He can't wait. He's coming over to meet us. Say, Mama, let's not ask him. It'll be much more fun to make him tell us.
Your father acted the same way when he bought 3 lots in Florida. He found out later they were underwater.
Mama, you don't think David could have bought... Let's walk a little faster.
Claudia, have a little pity on your old mother. I'm out of breath as it is.
Oh, hello. Hello, Mrs. Brown.
Hello, David. What'd you do?
I thought you said it'd be more fun not to ask.
I couldn't wait, Mama. Say, David, you didn't buy any real estate, did you?
Real estate? Hardly.
Then why'd you ask Mom and me to meet you here?
Oh, thought you two girls might like to go for a walk before dinner.
We had a walk when we went shopping this afternoon.
No use, Claudia. He's not going to tell us anything till he's good and ready.
Tell you anything? Why, the way you two girls are carrying on, you'd think it was unusual for a man to invite his family for a walk before
It's
dinner.
perfectly usual, only not for you, darling. Any particular direction you'd like to steer us?
No, any old way at all.
Good, then let's go back up the street.
Except that way. I've seen that street. Let's walk this way.
Fine. You haven't gone this way since you left for work this morning.
Oh, hardly noticed it then. Hey, watch out for the curb. We'll cross over. Hey, careful. Careful, wait for the light.
Oh, it just turned red. Woman driver, of course.
All clear. Let's go.
Of course, we're hardly conscious that we're being steered.
Such a thought never entered my head, Mrs. Brown. I simply suggested going this way because it's a shortcut.
Didn't you know, Mom, it's only a block out of the way?
How nice. The block out of the way is the shortest distance between 2 points.
Why you two girls don't get run over will always be a mystery for me. Hey, watch out for the car coming.
We saw it.
Oh. I never feel safe crossing the street with you two.
That's funny. I feel safe with you.
Curb, Mother Brown?
David, you're treating me like a runaway from the old lady's home.
That's because I think so highly of you. And now, down this way.
David, you're not being fair. Where are we going and why?
No place, no reason. Oh, incidentally, what did you two girls think of that house we just passed?
Didn't notice.
Which one?
Number 141. I thought it was pretty nice. That's why I sublet an apartment for us there this afternoon.
David, say that again.
I said I thought it was nice. That's why I sublet an apartment there this afternoon.
David, really? Then this is a wonderful surprise.
David, an apartment of our own. Why didn't you tell me?
I just did.
Mommy's a wonderful apartment of our own. Say, let's walk by that building again. Oh, it's a beautiful building, David.
Like it, do you?
How many rooms? Can I see the apartment now?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, I just want to stand here and admire that building.
How in the world did you get it, David?
Through Roger. One of our clients, Mr. Tucker, a writer, moved to Hollywood. He'll be out there for at least a year, so Roger sold him a bill of goods that he should sublet it to me.
Good for
Oh,
Roger.
but it's such a beautiful building, David. Can we afford it?
Fits our budget to a T.
Sounds better all the time. I've just got to see it, David. How many rooms?
4 rooms and a large foyer.
Sounds
And you
wonderful.
can't see it now.
Hmm?
Anyway, I saw it this afternoon with Roger, and it looks fine.
Why
Perfect.
can't we see it, David?
Well, the fellow who owns the apartment is something of a, eccentric.
Oh.
He said if I wanted it, I'd have to come over right away. I called you to, and you were out.
See, Mom, I told you we shouldn't have brunch.
Roger and I went on over, and he showed us the place, and he wanted an immediate answer. I said yes, and he said, well, now you and your wife can move in next Friday. I'll be out by then. Meanwhile, I don't want to be disturbed. I'll be thinking.
He doesn't care how disturbed I get while he thinks. Oh, I won't be able to sleep till next Friday. Is it very nice, David?
Very, very nice. I told him we'd take care of his goldfish.
Another mouse to feed.
Another 4 mouths to feed. There's 1 in each room.
Wonderful. I won't be lonesome then. Mama will be alone then.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll be glad to settle down to a nice, quiet, normal existence with you two out of the way.
Oh, now look, you know you like a nice abnormal existence with us all around you.
It isn't as though we were moving to Alaska, young lady. You're only 1 block away from Mother's apartment. That's why I thought you'd be specially pleased.
I am, David.
I can
but
take care of myself. Call up whenever you're lonesome.
Is there a telephone, David?
2. 1 in the foyer and a beautiful gold one in the bedroom.
A gold phone off field just like Madame du Barry. I'll call you up every morning as soon as we wake up, Mama.
You better not. When you two clear out, I'm going to start a new life. I'm going to sleep late every morning.
Good for you.
You couldn't. You know you get up automatically every morning at 8 o'clock.
And
Mama.
I'm going to learn how to roll over and sleep until 9. David, I'm so glad for both of you.
No, I know you are, Mother. Thank you.
Furniture, David. What about furniture?
Mr. Tucker's leaving his furniture in the apartment, so we'll be using his.
Oh. Be almost like living in a hotel then, won't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we won't have the fun of buying our own furniture and, little things around the house.
Well, we will when we get our own apartment. This is just a sublease, remember? And say, wait a minute. We look rather silly just standing here gaping at the building.
We do, don't we?
I saw your elevator man-to-be watching us. I think he thinks we're suspicious characters.
Oh, let's go back to Mama's house. We won't be spending much time there. Only a week longer, Mama.
We better hurry. I left my roast in the oven under the slow flame.
Roast beef? Ah, my favorite food next to steak.
You had steak 3 times this week, so I'm not apologizing for the roast.
None required, Mrs. B.
How about eating in your new apartment,
Oh,
David?
Claudia and I live like kings, Mother.
You'll live like a king. I'll live like a queen.
Now, don't take me so literally. I was using a figure of speech.
So was I. I meant, is Mr. Tucker going to leave you the silverware and china?
Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't ask
You
him.
can call him up when we get home.
He doesn't want to be disturbed.
Oh, yes, that's right. He'll be thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Would be nice to know, though, wouldn't it?
Well, we'll have to wait until Friday to find out.
How about linen?
Tablecloths?
And sheets for the bed. Will he leave us those, or should we go out and buy some?
Mrs. Norton, Mrs. Brown. I looked at the apartment and told him we'd take it. I didn't ask questions about unimportant details.
Unimportant details, just like a man. Say, have you ever tried sleeping on a bed without sheets?
Once. I didn't like it. We'll bring a set of our own sheets along, just to make sure.
How about cross ventilation?
I am sure that the wind howls through the apartment.
Good. Must have plenty of windows there.
Well, I didn't notice. All I know about the place is that it has 4 rooms, a foyer, 2 phones. We move in on Friday and like it.
David, will you help me with this zipper,
I
darling?
don't know if I should. You hadn't thanked me probably for finding that apartment yet.
There. Proper enough.
Fair. Now, let me zip that zipper.
Hey.
Hey, pinch you?
No, but you could have. You know, I guess I had too much roast beef for dinner. Whenever I have too much roast beef, my dress shrinks.
It's funny, the same thing happens to my pants.
Really?
There, you're a free woman now. Need help getting out of that dress?
No, thanks.
I sure miss Mother's cooking when we move into our own place, Claudia.
I'll miss Mama.
Of course you will, Claudia. She's a marvelous person, and I love her. But I'm glad we'll be moving out. She probably will be, too.
She has been working rather harder with both of us here.
Well, not for that reason, dear.
Why then, Dave?
Claudia, We're a newly married couple. There's a lot we've got to find out about each other.
I know all I want to know about you, David.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
Well, what I mean is, we've got to be selfish about our marriage for a while. We'll have to make certain decisions which can only be made by your feelings and mine. There'll be experiences which should only be ours. Do you understand me, Claudia?
I think I do, David. Oh, David, don't think I'm a mama baby, only
I know. Come here.
Oh, David, hold me tighter. I get so sad, thinking of Mama here all alone after we leave.
Oh, she'll get used to it, Claudia. Just as you'll get used to being without her. It's the way of life. We enter other people's lives for a short time, and we go out of them.
I never want to go out of your life, David.
You won't, darling. That is, if I have anything to say about it. I won't let it happen.
Oh, a midnight visitor.
It's only 9:30.
You two asleep in there?
We haven't gone to bed yet, Mom. We're talking. Come on in.
I don't want to come in. I've seen enough of you. I just want David to open my window for me. It's stuck.
Be right there, Mother.
I'll go brush my teeth. Hey, if you talk loud so I can hear.
You'll only hear the things we want you to hear.
Oh. This window, Mother?
That's the one.
It wasn't stuck, was it, Mother?
No, David.
What do you want to talk to me about? About us leaving?
Yes. David, you know that pretty speeches don't come too easily to me.
I know, Mother.
I'm going to miss having both of you with me terribly. It's natural I should, but it's not natural for Claudia to miss me like that. You know, in funny little ways, without her even knowing it. She might try to convince you that you ought not to take the apartment. You mustn't let her, David.
I won't, Mother.
If it were 2 rooms and a cellar, it's right for you to be by yourselves. It's the way it should be and the way I want it to be. Good luck, David.
Thanks. Thanks for saying everything you said, Mother.
Hey in there, stop whispering. I can't hear you.
Nothing to hear, Miss Nosy. The window's open and I'm sending your husband back to you. He's cluttering up my room.
Tell him to come in here and clutter up mine.
You hear her? Go in and clutter up her room. Good night, David.
Good night, Mother.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. After 5 long years, the supply of Coca-Cola is almost normal. Now you can stock up your refrigerator for the family and for guests. You can step right up to the familiar red cooler and find Coke there in its accustomed place, frosty and inviting. You can play refreshed, work refreshed, drive refreshed, shop refreshed with delicious ice-cold Coke. And the price is still 5 cents. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again Monday at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, The Fire. Morning. The first faint glow of dawn is lighting the sky. Inside a small, cheaply furnished apartment in a shabby old-fashioned building glows the more sinister light of fast-spreading flame. Outside its locked door, firemen swing their axes at it.
The blaze is in that corner, Ed.
We may kill it with a hand extinguisher, Chief.
I think we can. Get into the bedroom, Joe. Anyone sleeping there's probably overcome.
I'll attend to him.
Chemicals over there, boys. We'll soon have this one licked.
Yeah, but not if we'd gotten the alarm a minute later.
You're right, Ed. This could have been a racer.
Chief!
What is it, Joe?
Come here. Take a look.
Where?
Lying half under the bed. This guy.
Oh, smoke got him.
Smoke don't make a guy's head all bloody.
Who? His skull's been crushed.
Yeah, that's what did it. That iron bar on the floor beside him.
Hey, Joe, this man's been murdered.
According to the medical examiner, Miss Williams, this guy was bumped off about 11 o'clock last night.
Well, then he'd been dead all around 7 hours when the firemen found him, Captain Logan.
Yeah, that's right. After the killer socked him with that hunk of iron, he proceeded to give this two-room kitchenette and bath a real going over.
Yeah. Then he found what he'd been looking for and started the fire and beat it.
That's the way it sizes up, Casey.
He started the fire, of course, hoping to cover up his murder and search of the place.
Oh, he started the fire in a pile of photographic film, Casey. You know how that stuff will spread ablaze.
Yeah, and how? I was looking at the few bits of film that weren't burned, old negatives, apparently. That guy seems to have gone in for photography in a big way. A lot of equipment in his kitchenette, enlargers, tanks, good stuff.
That's so my tech man tell me.
Have you found any lead to the killer, Captain Logan?
None so far, Miss Williams.
What could the killer have been searching for?
That's a payoff question.
What have you found out about the dead guy, pal?
Not much. All I could learn here was his name was Henry Milton, a quiet guy who kept to himself and held some kind of office job with the C.J. Winber Company. I'm going to the Winber factory as soon as its offices open at 9 o'clock and try to get a real lowdown on the guy.
Good. Eddie and I'll go with you.
Yes, we'd like to know more about Mr. Henry Milton.
I'm shocked, deeply shocked to hear about the tragic death of poor, Hilton, Sergeant Logan.
Milton was the man's name, Mr. Winber, and mine's Logan, Captain Logan.
Oh, yes, to be sure, Logan, yes. Good, faithful old Milton.
I'd like you to tell me all you can about this man.
Yes. Well, I think perhaps I'd better turn you over to my executive vice president. He keeps in slightly closer touch with details and personnel than I do. Oh, not that I'm unfamiliar with the people who work for me, Captain. I regard them all as partners and close friends, but,
You rang, Mr. Winber?
Yes, Purvis. Tell Mr. Haywood I want to see him.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Has there been any news of Crowley yet?
No, sir.
Well, don't neglect to inform me at once if any messages received.
You'll be told immediately, Mr. Winber.
Yes, that's all. Get Haywood.
Yes, sir.
Now, Captain, as a policeman, you might give me a bit of advice.
Yeah?
You see, my cashier, a chap named Crowley, went away on a 2-week vacation 16 days ago. He was due back at his desk day before yesterday, but he hasn't appeared. And nobody in the plant here or at his home has received even so much as a postal card from him since he left. Now, do you think I have reason for concern?
If he was my cashier, I'd feel concerned. Have you investigated the books?
Not yet, but...
You better have an audit done on those books right away. Your man is bonded, of course.
Oh, yes, the firm will face no loss, but I pride myself on my judgment of character, and it would be a sad blow. Oh, you're here, Haywood.
Yes, C.J.?
This gentleman is Captain Logan of the police.
Police?
Yes, this is Mr. Haywood, my executive vice president, Captain.
How do you do?
Nice to know you, Captain.
And that lady and gentleman over there, will you introduce them, Captain?
Miss Williams, Mr. Hayward, and Mr. Casey. They're on the Morning Express.
How do you do, Mr. Haywood?
How are you?
A pleasure. Policemen and newspaper people. This must mean that you've got bad news about Crowley, C.J. Unpleasant news.
No, this gentleman and lady are here about a murder.
Murder?
A man employed in your offices was killed last night and his body discovered early this morning. A man named Milton.
Not Henry Milton.
That's the name.
Yes, poor old Henry. He was in our sales department, Haywood.
He was a bookkeeper, C.J., third assistant in Crowley's department.
Oh, yes. Well, that's what I meant.
How was he murdered, Captain? Tell me.
Will you excuse me, as Captain Logan has already told me the distressing news and I have other things to do? You won't mind.
Go ahead, Mr. Winburn.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure meeting you, Miss...
William.
Yes, of course. And you, Mr...
Casey.
Oh, yes, quite so, yes. Please call on me when I can give you some more assistance, Captain. I'm always ready to help.
Thanks.
Good morning to you all. Good morning.
Well, now maybe we'll find out something, Casey.
About time.
I heard your comment, Miss Williams. Evidently you haven't had a very illuminating interview with Mr. Winburn.
Mr. Haywood, it was a total blackout.
That guy must have inherited this big outfit.
He did, from his father. Oh, don't misunderstand him. C.J. is a grand fellow, very shrewd in his way. He simply doesn't keep in touch with many things that... Those things are my job. Tell me about Henry Milton, Captain.
I came here to be told things about him, Mr. Haywood. How long did he work for this firm?
Well, I'd say offhand, at least 6 years. He was an excellent bookkeeper.
What do you know about him personally?
Only that he was a bachelor, without any apparent vices. He was a quiet fellow who kept to himself. And, I'll be surprised if anybody here can tell you much more.
I'd like to speak to some of the other people in his department.
Yes, sir?
Send them in here one by one, and without any knowledge of his murder or my purpose.
Very well. Excuse me.
I'm afraid we're not going to get very much here, Casey.
Yeah, it seems this Milton was a kind of mystery man.
Oh, Casey, did you notice the gorgeous diamond that Mr. Haywood wears on his finger?
Quite a ring, isn't it, Annie?
Yeah, I must have turned a delicate shade of envious lettuce green when I saw it. It's 4 carats at least. A beautiful engagement size.
Yeah, Casey, why don't you buy your girlfriend a little piece of ice like that?
Why don't I also buy a yacht and a country estate? But Haywood doesn't flash the only big headlight in this joint. The one C.J. Winburn had on his finger wasn't broken off any bottle.
Mr. Winburn wore a diamond ring?
Yeah. Did you notice it, Annie?
Well, no.
I didn't either.
Huh. I don't know how you could have missed it. Oh, well, come to think of it, though, he turned the stone around to the inside of his hand while you were introducing yourself, Logan. Guess he's one of those nervous guys who fiddle with things they wear.
I brought you our head bookkeeper, Captain Logan.
Fine, Mr. Haywood. Now we can get back to business.
Hop in the car, Annie.
Mm-hmm, with pleasure. Well, time we've spent in the Winburn plant's been a dead loss, Casey.
Yeah, nobody knows anything about that guy Milton at all, except that nobody liked him.
Which doesn't give Captain Logan much to work on.
Well, we might as well enjoy the scenery, eh?
What scenery? The factories on that side or the billboards on this side?
This becomes a nice old country road after we round the curve just ahead, kid. Yep, we'll see spring busting out all over.
Oh, I'm too tired to look at it. You know, someday I'm going to quit this newspaper racket and get married and live like a human being.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Pick the guy?
I'll take the first one who slips a diamond on my finger. And it doesn't have to be the size of Mr. Haywood. Anything that shines just a little bit will do.
Oh.
So whoever gives it to me won't have to be in the country estate class.
You mean, that leaves the field wide open, huh?
Yeah.
Well, personally, I got no use for diamonds.
You wouldn't.
You take my advice, kid, and hold out for a country estate. There, now you can look at some real scenery, Annie. Look down there on that valley below us, huh?
So what?
So it's nature in her fairest aspects. Budding trees, new grass, birds.
And bees.
Hey, nature pulled a sneak play there. Look at that. There's been a landslide.
Part of the hill took a trip down to the valley.
Must have happened very recently. I was along this road only a month or so ago. I ought to stop and ask that old guy sitting on the fence.
I want to get back to the office, Casey, and then home. What do we care about an old...
The slides messed up a view I've often enjoyed, Annie. Hey, Pop.
Speaking to me, young feller?
Yeah. When did this landslide happen?
just a little over 2 weeks ago, during that raining spell we had.
Rain did it, huh?
Yeah, I imagine so. It happened during the night, so nobody knows.
How far did it slide?
Quite a spell.
As far as that, huh?
Yeah, maybe a little further. I figure rain loosened the ground under a big rock it was here. And when the rock started to roll, it carried part of the hill along.
You mean the big white rock that looked like a warty cucumber?
That's the one.
Yeah, it's a wonder that old cucumber rock didn't do a Brody long time ago, Annie. It was only sort of balanced there.
Oh, isn't that interesting?
I've been telling folks for years it was going to fall someday and take half the hillside with it. I always said, let a strong man stick a 8-foot crowbar under that there rock in the right place, give a healthy heave, and over she'd go. No man ever tried it, but the rain proved my point.
Sure did, Pop.
Well, let's get along, Casey.
Oh, okay, Ann. Well, thanks, Pop. So long.
So long, young fella. Good luck to you and your missus.
I'm not his missus. I'm not even a friend.
Well, Annie.
I hate men who have no use for diamonds.
Now, as you were saying, Casey, before I had to wait on that customer.
Wasn't saying anything, Ethelbert.
Well, you was going to say something, wasn't you? You ain't going to just hang over this bar and not talk.
Got nothing to talk about.
How about the Milton murder? Have the cops learned anything new since yesterday morning that...
No.
Where's Miss Williams?
No. Well, the office, I guess.
She, sore at you?
Well, if you must know, yes.
What was she sore about?
I don't. Oh, women. Women. You never let a guy understand them, Ethelbert. You think they're kidding about something, like something like diamond rings, for instance. And then you kid back. Find yourself in the soup.
I don't pretend to know much about women, Casey, but, if perchance it was diamond engagement rings you tried to kid about, I have learned that ain't a safe subject with the unfair sex. Us bachelors are natural prey for the female of the species, and all women are wolves.
Is that so?
Ann.
Huh? Oh, Miss Williams, I didn't see you come in.
Oh, that was evident. And how are you, Casey?
Why,
I haven't seen much of you since yesterday.
Well, I've been around.
Oh, have you? Guess I didn't notice.
Ann, about yesterday.
Oh, yeah, the Milton murder. I suppose you talked to Captain Logan today. Is there anything new?
No, look, kid, what I started to say is...
I just got some news from the city desk. It has no real bearing on the Milton case, but...
I don't care anything about the Milton case. I'm trying to tell you...
I'm sure you'd like to hear this.
Well, I don't want
to... That missing cashier at the Wimber plant. They just found out that he embezzled at least $100,000 from the firm before he left.
Well, so what... He did?
Uh-huh. And C.J. Winber and his bonding company have just called the cops to start a search for him.
The guy's got over 2 weeks' start.
Now, what was the matter that you wanted to talk about?
2 crimes connected with the Winber outfit.
I asked you
embezzlement and murder. Starting at the same point and becoming evident at almost the same time.
Casey, you started.
Ann, I got a hunch.
Oh, no. Not one of those things.
Yeah.
Don't keep us in suspense.
Look, we figured that Milton's killer found what he was after in that apartment. Well, maybe we figured wrong.
Continue, Superman.
Oh, come on. Cut the rough stuff, will you, Ann?
Why, what do you mean?
Tell me your idea, Casey. I'm interested.
You're okay, pal. I'll tell you what. It looks to me now as though the killer started that fire because he'd searched all night without finding what he was after. He started the fire not to cover his traces, but to destroy the thing he couldn't find.
Hey, you may be right.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to prove I'm right now, tonight. So long, Ann. I'm going to Milton's burned out.
Hey, wait a minute, Casey. Casey, wait for me.
Close this door.
Dark in here. someday you're going to get into trouble for opening doors that you have no right to open.
The cops expected to keep people out of Milton's apartment. They should have done a better patch-up job on the door the fireman busted down.
You know, I expected a cop to be on guard out there.
So did I. Homicide guys went over this joint so thoroughly, I guess Logan figured there was nothing to guard here.
Well, they went over it so thoroughly that I can't imagine us finding anything that they missed.
They didn't know what they were looking for.
Do you?
Not exactly. Now, never mind. Don't waste time talking. Now, let's see. Cops and the killer didn't search where?
How about the plumbing?
Hiding stuff in pipes and sink traps. An old gag. You can bet Logan's guys used their wrenches here.
Seems to me they and the killer didn't overlook any possible hiding place.
I think they did, Annie. Annie, look, the fire didn't reach this bedroom. And the curtain on this window is still in place.
Well, nothing could be hidden in that curtain. It's net. We can see right through it.
Yeah, sure, but the metal rod it hangs on is hollow.
Hey, that's so.
Well, let's see, anyway. Tubing isn't even fully closed in the back. It's an extension rod. See? I'm going to pull it apart. Annie!
What? You found something?
Look.
What is it?
It's film. Rolled up film.
The roll's no bigger than a cigarette.
Stuck in the end of the inside rod. Where do I unroll it? It's negatives. 35-millimeter negatives. 4, 5, 6 of them.
What are the pictures on them?
How can I tell in here? We'll take them out in the hall where there's light.
Casey! Who are you? No! Don't hit me with that! Oh!
You're all right, Annie? Are you really okay?
Yeah, Casey. How about you?
Yeah, I'm all right, I guess.
Who's the man who hit us?
The guy who killed Milton. He came back here to go on with his search. When he saw us find what he was after, he went into action.
And good. Did he get the films, Casey?
Yeah. Oh, but when I came to, I found this little torn piece of negative in my hand, Annie. Guess I had a death grip on that one, huh?
Oh, is there anything on that fragment
let me see.
Might...
Yeah, there's something on it.
Yeah. A big black shape, and isn't that a hand showing there?
A closed fist. What good will that do us?
Well, in case you can enlarge it.
Wait a minute.
What?
This big shape in back of the fist. I've seen that before, that shape.
Oh, what is it?
Can't place it. It's just something familiar. Wait a minute. I got it now. It's the warty cucumber.
Warty cucumber?
The rock, the big balanced rock that caused the landslide. Come on, kid. We're going back to the office where I can blow this thing up and be sure. Look at this blow-up, Annie. It shows the big cucumber rock and plenty more.
What more?
The hand. It isn't simply a closed fist. It's wrapped around a crowbar.
Crowbar? Well, Casey,
Well, you'll get it all in a minute. Look, what do you see on the hand in this picture?
A ring.
Set with a big stone that may be a diamond.
Yes.
And we've met two guys who wear big rings like that.
Haywood and C.J. Winber.
Either Haywood or Winber murdered Milton. And another guy.
Another guy?
Uh-huh. And either Haywood or Winber socked you and me just a little while ago.
And I'm not forgetting that. But which one?
Early tomorrow morning. You and I and Logan will go to the Winber factory and find out.
I suppose, Captain, that you've come to see us about the distressing disappearance of Mr. Crowley, my former cashier.
I don't handle embezzlement cases, Mr. Winburn. I'm strictly a homicide cop.
Well, then you're continuing your inquiry about the murder of poor Milton?
About the murder of Milton and your cashier, Crowley.
What? Well, Crowley hasn't been murdered that anyone knows of.
One person knows of it. The guy who did the killing.
I see. What?
That's a nice diamond ring you wear, Mr. Winburn.
Did I? Captain, how can you turn the subject to rings immediately after you mention murder?
Murder to Logan, Mr. Winber, is simply a matter of business. Your ring interests him because he didn't notice it when we were here before. You had the diamond turned inwards.
Yeah, for some reason you got it out of sight when I introduced myself as a cop.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
But for no reason, maybe, you haven't bothered to hide it today.
Now, will you gentlemen please tell me what you're driving at?
You sent for me, C.J.? Oh.
Sit down, Mr. Haywood, and join our party.
Thanks. I didn't expect to find you here, Captain. It's a pleasant surprise. Good morning, Miss Williams. Casey?
Good morning.
Have a good night's sleep, Haywood?
Why, yes. Fine, thank you.
I didn't. Neither did Miss Williams.
We had headaches.
I'm sorry.
How did you sleep, Mr. Wimber?
I always sleep well. And now I'd like to know why you're...
I'm going to tell you with Logan's permission.
Shoot, pal.
Well, some time ago, one of the big shots in this company started to steal money from it. And he covered his thefts by doctoring the books. That sort of thing was bound to be discovered, of course, eventually. And Mr. Big Shot planned to cover himself by shifting the blame to an honest cashier.
Mr. Casey...
Your cashier was going away on a vacation, Mr. Wimber. And on the night before he was to leave, Mr. Big Executive, on some phony pretext, got him to the top of a hill not far from here and pushed him over the steep edge.
You mean Crowley?
Yes, Mr. Haywood. Then this Mr. Big Shot, who had a crowbar handy, pried several tons of balanced rock off its perch, causing a landslide that buried Crowley very, very deep.
And how do you bring Milton into this, Mr. Casey?
Milton was a bookkeeper, Mr. Wimber. He'd gotten wise to both the embezzlement and the embezzler. And he decided to cash in on what he knew. He began trailing this executive and sneaking pictures of him, very incriminating pictures. One of them actually caught the guy tipping over the balanced rock. Finally, he showed prints of his pictures to Mr. Big Shot and told him to come across with heavy dough, or else...
Milton tried to blackmail this Big Shot.
Exactly, Mr. Haywood. The Big Shot then killed him, took the prints, and did his best to find the negatives that they'd been made from. But failing that, he tried to burn the negatives by setting fire to the place. But the fire company reached Milton's apartment before the blaze had done much damage. Well, I managed to find the negatives, and he got them away from me. But he left a little piece of one of the negatives in my hand. That's going to send him to the chair.
And who is this man, Mr. Casey?
The guy who wears a swell diamond ring, Mr. Wimber.
Good heavens, you don't think that I...
No. You wore your ring today. But the guy who left that piece of negative in my hand last night knew that a ring might help to nail him. You're not wearing your diamond, Haywood.
No. But I have a gun. Haywood, don't make a move, Captain. Or any of you.
Haywood, you...
I'm the man Casey's accusing, C.J. I don't know whether he can back up his accusation, but I'm taking no chances. I'm getting out of here, and no one's going to stop me.
Is that so?
Anne.
Miss Williams.
Well, he hit me on the head last night, didn't he?
Yeah, but how did...
This guy's out cold, and all you hit him with is that little handbag.
This little handbag has half a brick in it.
Half a brick?
I put it in there this morning just hoping I'd get a chance like this.
You... Logan, the female of the species
is more deadly than the male.
So now you're a KO artist, huh, Miss Williams?
Haywood didn't come to till he reached the old jail.
Well, I only gave him half of what's coming to him.
Has he owned up that he killed that cashier and Milton?
Mm-hmm. After a bulldozer went to work on that landslide this morning and uncovered the cashier's body.
Miss Williams, that's a swell ring on your finger. Where did
Ask Casey.
Well, you see, it was C.J. Winber's ring. He wanted me to have it as a reward for trapping Haywood, but, of course, I got no use for diamonds, so...
So, Mr. Winber gave it to me.
It kind of looks like a engagement ring.
Well, it isn't.
Annie, I priced a beautiful little house today, way out in the country.
A house. Oh, way out in the country. Well?
I couldn't afford it.
I'm going home. Good night.
Whoa, wait a minute, Annie. Annie, wait for me.
I don't blame her. Who'd want to live way out in the country?
This adventure of crime photographer starring Stott Cotsworth as Casey came to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
What you are about to hear is real.
Unit 9 to 5-5. We can see you now, thanks. We've got the suspect's house under observation. It's that lighthouse over there, the one with the yellow trim. Why don't you get to the shadow of that big tree over there? We'll advise you as soon as the suspect heads for his car.
With the yellow trim.
5-5, Unit 9-10-4.
Which one would that be?
The one back there.
We just went by?
Okay.
We'll move in behind the other detective unit. Lights are out. Dark street. Moving under the cover of a tree. This is Don Reed, police recorder. You're in a special undercover car designated as Unit 5-5. Driving, Sergeant Ron Perkins. It's beat up 1944. Dents in the fender. Paint's peeling off. A two-way radio bill under the seat. A hopped-up motor. It'll take any hot rod. We're dressed in sports shirts and Levi's and working with two special agents. You're on a narcotics investigation. Our job tonight is to pick up a narcotics pusher who's been selling to juveniles. So while you're with us, remember, these people are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to a special undercover car operating somewhere in the field on a narcotics investigation, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Unit 9 to 5-5. Did you read it?
5-5 to Unit 9-10-4.
9 to 5-5. Roger. Stand by.
Unit 9 is another undercover car parked on the street. Two agents and a policewoman give very casual appearance. Their car is on a different frequency than ours, so our only contact is that portable transmitter. You're sitting in our undercover car, 5-5, and we're on special assignment. Now, if things go according to plan, in a few minutes, a suspect who has been pushing marijuana to high school kids will come out to his car and make another delivery. Our job is to follow him without being observed until he contacts the user and makes a sale. That's when we'll move in. Our information is that he'll attempt to contact a young girl, and if we have luck, we can grab them with the stuff. Now, this particular suspect is real cagey. If we're spotted, we're dead. Well, time will tell.
One of the agents is sauntering up toward our car. Let's get the window down and see what's up.
What? Somebody's in the house using the phone. We know what was out. Marijuana. How much? They're bringing in 2 boxes a day. You're bringing in this fellow's house here? Yeah. How far from here was it that you found the marijuana in that box? 7 blocks. 7 blocks? Big vicious circle. Narcotic. Yeah. Sat on that junk 24 hours, we'd have been in business. We don't have enough time. Well, someday you'll have enough guys, maybe. I think we ought to move up with this car. I think we can move up. Or you can duck down if somebody comes. We'll sit back here. And keep in contact with us with Unit 9. Yeah.
All we do is sit tight.
Oh, from foot.
5-5, repeat.
Suspect in the house.
Suspects are leaving the house.
10-4, which direction?
Going east.
10-4, you gonna follow him?
You want to move around the block and sit in up on Overland?
10-4, Unit 9. Mike, if I flick my taillights once, I'll take him. If I flick them twice, you take him.
Well, here's the deal. As soon as we get around this short block, we should pick up the suspect's car. He should have some marijuana in the car now and probably will attempt to sail if he makes contact. Getting up to the corner. There's the suspect's car casually driving by. We're back down the street about 300 yards, the other undercover car following. We'll cut in between and do the tailing first.
Unit 9 to 5-5. Is that you ahead? Hit your stoplight so we can spot you. Thanks, we see you. Stay with them as long as you can, then we'll take them.
5-5, roger.
Following at about 4 car lengths. Tight on the right-hand side. Offline to his rear-view mirror. Oh, there goes his turn indicator. He's going left. We'll go on straight ahead.
5-5 to Unit 9. Suspect's making a left turn. You take him.
Unit 9, roger.
Just glancing back, the number 2 undercover car picking up the tail. We'll have to shoot around the block now in a hurry and get in behind.
Southbound on Benton.
Roger, Unit 9. We see you just crossing the intersection. Heading behind you.
Unit 9, roger.
There we are. Both cars just passed in front of us. Suspect is still driving carefully. Now we're swinging in behind the undercover car. Suspect is... Hold on. Suspect is... up ahead a couple of blocks, almost out of our view.
Unit 9 to 5-5. Suspect heading off on the side street. Take him. Code 2.
5-5 to 9, roger.
Our other unit's gone on past. They'll swing around the block. We've got to get him into view before we lose him. There goes his lights way up ahead. He's turning... Yeah, he's going to turn right on Santa Monica.
Turn right on Santa Monica.
Unit 9 to 5-5. We're on Santa Monica, but haven't spotted him. Check that. We see him now.
5-5 to 9, roger.
Right here at the main street. Now we head and lay back. Both cars are out of our sight now. Trying to pick up speed. here's a big open stretch here now. Well, they're not up there. They must have turned off somewhere. We're in trouble now.
Good enough. 5-5 to Control 1. Can you pick up Unit 9?
5-5. Unit 9 wants you to pick them up northbound on motor. They're traveling without lights. Unit 9 to 5-5. Can you read us now?
Roger, 9. Coming in loud and clear.
Unit 9 to 5-5. Suspect is pulling into the drive-in on Rose and Santa Monica. We're staked out. Across the street, you might park in the rear of that gas station on the northwest corner. We can nail him whichever way he goes.
5-5, roger.
Well, a couple of blocks down the street. This may be where the suspect will make his contact and attempt to make a sale. Gas station on the right. There go our lights. Coasting in. There's his car running.
Yeah.
Suspect's car is parked in the driveway. Slow view. I can't see the other unit. They must be up the street a ways. Now we've cut our motors so that the smoke from the exhaust doesn't show.
Let's put the field glasses on him.
Do you see him?
Yeah, he's talking to a girl just inside the door. That cinches it. That's the girl he's supposed to sell to. 5-5 to Unit 9. We have the suspect under observation. He's inside talking to the girl, our number 2 suspect. Stand by. They're both going off to the car now.
You through with these? Have the field glasses on both suspects. A girl dressed in Levi's. Both getting into the car.
9. Suspect pick up the girl. They're pulling out on Santa Monica Boulevard, heading west. Let's take them.
Unit 9, roger. We see him. Okay, you take the front. We'll take the rear.
5-5, roger.
Suspect driving. A girl on the passenger side. It's behind now. When we move up alongside, we'll have to watch. See that they don't throw any evidence out of the car. Almost up alongside now.
What do you want to know?
Okay, I got it.
Police officers, pull that car over.
Pull that car over the curb. There we are, police officers. Second undercover car is getting in behind. 2 officers and a policewoman on.
Go on, Phil. Get out of the car. Keep your hand out of your pocket.
What's this here?
Keep your hand out of your pocket.
Watching carefully. See that they don't throw any evidence away.
Stand right where you are. Whose purse is this?
It's mine.
Searching girl's purse.
I don't know.
Marijuana
What do you mean you
cigarette.
don't know?
Found it.
Where'd you find it?
In the street.
And whereabouts in the street?
I found it up there.
How old are you?
17.
All right. One reefer. Where'd you get it?
I found it.
How many more do you have?
I'm 7.
Policewoman searching female suspect.
We found that one right there.
Take her down and search her down in the station.
Policewoman taking girl into custody. Let's move over to the male suspect. The pusher, as we say in the trade.
You're under arrest. What's this? These are handcuffs. You know what that means, don't you? Plain, simply, you're under arrest.
Putting the suspect in the back of the car. And we'll ride up front.
How they get it? You roll out? You got to get out. Well, I got in. You get nothing at your ass at all, huh? No. Well, what's wrong? I mean, I don't know what's wrong. You have the slightest idea, huh? No. No idea at all. Yeah, give plenty of time to think about it. Relax. You fix the microphone out? Yeah. Here you go. 5-5 to Control 1. Will you radio Unit 9? Request they shake the male suspect's house. We'll meet him at the station.
Control 1 to 5-5, 10-4. Control 1 to Unit 9. Unit 5-5, request you shake down the house of the male suspect.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you to police headquarters where a narcotics investigation is underway, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
We're in the isolation section of the jail. Male suspect booked on narcotic charge. We're going into the cell to see if he has anything to say. Sergeant Perkins will handle.
Jim, you want to open up 8 for me? Right. What'd you do today? Where'd you go? Tell me all about it. You want to look for a job? Tell me about the narcotics. Tell me all about it. Tell me where you get it. Where you got some right now. I'm not going to mess around. Why don't you think I give people narcotics? What makes them think so? What do you think we've been following you around for? I don't get paid to follow some good, clean, honest citizen around. I get paid for following guys like you around. And putting guys like you in jail. And keeping you in jail. And every time you get out, you make a mistake, you go back to jail. Well, how come you never arrested me before? Yeah, we figured we got you dead bang this time. Yeah, we figured you're peddling to minors. You know how old she is? Oh. She's only 16 years old, going on 17. You're going to be busted on furnishing narcotics to juveniles. Did you know that?
If I tell you the people that's using dope, I'll walk out of here, huh?
Dope?
You and I guess are not going to deal. I can see that. Can you use your aid for us? Yeah. Listen, will you call the juvenile section and have the matron bring the girl down booked on narcotics? Right.
Looks like our boy's trying to make a deal, huh?
Yeah, he's scared and he's squirming. Let's see what the girl has to say.
Okay. Young girl. Suspect sitting in a chair. Matron standing by. Girl working over a wad of gum.
It's been a long time since I've seen you.
Yeah, it has been.
Where did you get the marijuana cigarette?
Guy gave it to me to hold for him. He said he didn't tell me what it was or nothing. Just gave me to hold.
You never were much of a liar.
Well, I don't care.
Where's the rest of it?
I don't know just how it was.
What did you do with them?
I never did have any, except that I didn't know what that was one that Guy gave me.
You never saw a marijuana cigarette before?
Well, I've seen them, yeah, but...
You didn't know what this one was?
Well, it was so
You
small.
remember the time that you ran away, we had a long talk, and you told me an awful lot about marijuana.
Well,
You running with all these different guys that smoked it and pushed it. Remember that talk we had?
Yeah, I remember.
Now, so don't tell me now a year later, a year and a half later, that you didn't know what you had. And don't try to tell me that you don't know where the rest of them are.
I don't have any.
Well, what happens if I bring this guy in and he says that you did have?
Well, he could be lying too, you know.
He's not lying. You're stuck anyway because you had marijuana on you.
I know.
Now we're going to go for something heavier and bigger.
I'm going up this time anyway.
Sure, you're going up this time. We start pushing a pushing rap against you instead of a possession.
How can you do that?
Don't worry about it. We will.
Yeah.
I don't make promises that I can't carry out. You got anything to say?
No, I never had anything like that.
Any what?
Anything like that.
What did you start to say?
I started to say anything about what I was going to say.
You started to say joints, didn't you?
No, I didn't. Meant the word me.
10 years I've been sitting behind a desk talking to people right like you. Right across the desk from me. For 10 years I've been analyzing people.
Yeah.
Talked to hundreds and hundreds of people. Every one of them sit back there and they try to lie their way out of it. And once in a great while they succeed. Once in a great while. This isn't one of the times. You're lying right down the line. You think it's going to save you. You think it's going to help you. It's not going to help you. It's not going to save you.
Nothing's going to help me. Because I'm going to go up anyway.
So if you don't want to answer our questions, then you can stand up now. Walk outside.
Young girl taking a large wad of gum out of her mouth. Dropped it on the desk. Matron shaking her head.
Perkins.
Yeah, Johnny. No, she's just leaving. Come on in. Did you find anything at his house? Good. Good. Yeah, bring him in. Okay.
What's up?
Johnny shook this guy's house. Came up with a stash of marijuana behind his dresser. Boys talked to him, and he's willing to talk now.
Good deal. Narcotic officers coming in. Johnson. Atkinson.
Is this what you found in his dresser, Jim?
Yeah, this was behind his dresser up there in the room.
How many sticks is it?
3, 6, 9, 10, 12, 14, about 20.
20 sticks.
Uh-huh.
Have you opened any of it to see how good a grade of marijuana it is?
No, I opened one of them now. He says it's real good. What he done, he buys it and then he takes the best out of it. He buys it for $15 a tin. Then he takes the best stuff out of it and then sells the coil for $15. So he said what he's doing, actually, he's supplying himself free.
George, you want to bring him in?
Suspect in? Sitting in a chair. Piercing, narrow blue eyes. Uncertain of himself.
Well, we got a good case against you on pushing the minors. Darn good case.
One way for you to look at it is somebody didn't worry about you. They know you should worry about the other guy.
Yeah. I'm thinking about that, too.
All right. How much weed did you have? How many joints?
About 30.
About 30. And how much raw stuff?
About half a can.
About half a can. You got $15 for these 30 joints and a half can. How much do you pay for this stuff when you get it?
$15.
$15. And how much do you make? How much profit do you make on it?
I get about 25 joints out of it.
In other words, you make you pay $15 for a can, for a full can, and you sell. What do you sell your joints for?
4 bits a piece.
4 bits a piece.
Yeah.
Where do you get your stuff?
With different guys.
How about this Johnny?
Yeah, he's precious.
Did you ever get any off of him?
Yeah.
How do you make contact with him? Can anybody make contact with him, or is he just known to certain ones?
People he knows.
Just the ones he knows. Does he sell to you for resale?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's, somebody got to introduce you to him or score for you or something.
What if I went down and asked for Johnny wasn't there and asked some guys if Johnny was around? Do you think I could get from somebody else?
Mm-mm.
No chance.
Not you.
This stuff that you have is sure lousy.
Just the looks of it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't the best.
How much do you blast?
Not much. Joined today, I guess.
What's it do for you?
So I'm going to sleep.
That's about it?
About it.
I want to tell you something just between you and me. The guy that pushes narcotics at juveniles is I'm taking him back and put him in his cell, George.
What you have just heard is real. This narcotic investigation was recorded as it actually occurred. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's investigation is the beginning of a crackdown on a large narcotic ring. Incidentally, the male suspect pleaded guilty as charged and is now confined in the county jail. The second suspect, the 17-year-old girl, admitted she had purchased marijuana cigarettes and later resold them to high school girls. She, too, was found guilty as charged. A feeling of resentment from the arresting officers leaked through in tonight's narcotic investigation. This is an honest human reaction, as two of the officers have teenage children. Another has a sister in her teens. They know and have seen what the use of marijuana can lead to. Stealing to obtain money to purchase the narcotics, the gradual swing to the hard stuff, the use of heroin injected into the arm, the personal degradation that follows. It's not a pretty picture, and it's not meant to be, but it's a real problem, and one that we, the law enforcement agency and the citizen, must fight together. If tonight we have brought this picture into the open and reached just a few, then we have a meaning for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Yes?
Mr. Vance, there's a man here to see you. He hasn't an appointment, but he says it's important.
Thank you, Miss Medley. Miss Deering there?
No, sir, she's out to lunch.
Well, tell her I'd like to see her when she returns, please. And ask the gentleman to come in, will you?
Yes, sir. Go right in, please.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Vance?
Sit down, please.
I'd rather stand. Mr. Vance, what I'm going to tell you is perhaps the most unusual thing you've ever heard in your life.
It's only fair to warn you there have been a lot of unusual things in my life.
I know. That's why I came to you. You're supposed to be the best private investigator in the country. Now, look at this. Do you know what this is I'm holding in my hand?
I think so. It's the torn half of a dollar bill.
Yes. But it represents my happiness, my security, and possibly my life.
Just that half of a dollar bill?
Yes.
Well, we really have inflation, haven't we?
Don't joke, Vance. This is vital. This half isn't important. But the other half is.
How important?
It's important enough for me to pay $10,000 with the other half of this dollar bill.
All right, please. Everybody remain in the outer office. I'll go into the private office with you, Heath.
Right, D.A. All right, everybody. Show's over. We'll let you know when we want you. This way, D.A. Right in here.
Right, Heath.
The body was found right next to his desk. He'd been stabbed, so there was no noise, no nothing. A fellow named Worth found the body. He works here. He was in line for the big guy's job.
Found out quite a bit in so short a time, Sergeant Heath.
I bet your friend Vance couldn't have found out any more. Look, D.A., here's the whole setup. This dead guy, John Meeker, he owned the company. Now, practically while he was getting killed, his wife was on the way here from the reception room. She came in while this guy Worth was bending over the body.
Worth denies he killed Meeker, of course.
Who knows what he denies? He beat it right away. Wife told us all this.
It seems to me the first thing to do is pick up Worth, and that might be difficult.
Yeah, I've got a call out for him now. Come on in. Well, what do you want?
I thought perhaps you might want to talk to me.
Nobody cares who you are. Go on back with the others. We'll get to you.
But
I don't care who you are, I said. Go on back.
Very well.
Just a moment. Who are you?
My name is Worth, David Worth.
Okay, so it's Worth. Beat it until... Worth? You're Worth?
Yes, I found Mr. Meeker's body.
Come in and sit down, Mr. Worth, please. I'm District Attorney Markham, and I want to talk to you. First, I want to make a phone call.
Who are you calling, D.A.?
Philo Vance.
You can call him if you like, Mr. Markham, but I think I ought to tell you this. I just came from seeing Vance.
Coming. Helen.
What?
Come in quick before anyone sees you here.
What was the hurry, Jeff? You practically dragged me through the door.
Do you realize what would happen if the police found you, the widow of my boss, at my door?
Oh, stop getting dramatic. They might think some things they knew, but they don't know. And I made sure I wasn't followed. Now, be a nice boy. Invite me to sit down and act as if you're glad I came.
I am glad, you know that. But with your husband dead, murdered...
Oh, that isn't going to make any difference to us. You and I will wait a respectable amount of time, and then we'll get married. Oh, what a relief it's going to be married to somebody my own age.
I know, Helen. It must have been awful.
Nonsense. It wasn't so bad. I enjoyed myself a great deal with my late mate. I was just a little too old, that's all. Now, what I want to know is this, Jeff. Did you see Worth before you left the office tonight?
The district attorney and Sergeant Heath were questioning him when I left. He did for sure, Helen. They'll get him for killing your husband.
Maybe they will.
What does that mean?
It means that he's a logical suspect. When I came into John's office, I found Worth bending over the body. He had a motive. He takes over the business. His fingerprints might even be on the knife. He probably handled it.
Then we have nothing to worry about.
I have nothing to worry about.
Helen.
Oh, you haven't either, as long as you behave yourself. And remember that I have the other half of that $1 bill.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the possibility of my sending you to the electric chair anytime I feel like it.
Now, stop that talk and give me that bill. Now, give it to me, or I'll...
Stop that, you fool! Jeff, you're choking me.
The torn half of the bill, I want it. You're going to give it to me. Tell me where it is, or I'll...
Jeff, darling, stop. Please stop hurting me.
Sorry. I didn't realize what I was doing.
Oh, Jeff. Jeff, kiss me. Oh, when I was a kid and I hurt my hand, my mother used to kiss it and make it well. Jeff, kiss me.
I must have been out of my mind. Helen, darling.
Again, Jeff. Doesn't hurt anymore, but kiss me again.
You're Mr. Vance, aren't you?
Yes, I am. You are the Meeker Company receptionist.
Yes, I am. Mr. Markham said he was sorry, but he couldn't wait for you here.
He told me to tell you that, as you requested, he allowed everyone suspected in the killing of Mr. Meeker to remain at liberty, temporarily.
Thank you, miss. Which office was Mr. Meeker's?
Oh, straight down the corridor and turn right. Want me to show it to you?
No, thank you. I imagine this was Mr. Meeker?
Picture on the wall? Yeah, that was the boss. Quite a guy.
This photograph shows him in his shirt sleeves.
That's the way he always worked. Coat off, sleeves up, fountain pen and pencil in his right-hand trouser pocket, no tie. He's a good guy, Mr. Vance.
I don't doubt it. Tell me a little about this place. Who worked here?
Oh, it was just the boss and his two assistants. One was Mr. Worth and the other Jeff Hallahan. Those are their pictures.
I know Mr. Worth. He's been down to see me. He takes over the firm, I understand.
I guess, yes. He was Mr. Meeker's right hand.
I wonder whose right hand it was that held the murder knife.
I know you were up at the Meeker offices, Vance. What'd you find out?
Nothing, Markham. Nothing that would make me understand why a half of a $1 bill should be valued at $10,000 by our Mr. Worth.
Sergeant Heath is certain he's the killer. Claims that Worth had just finished killing Meeker when Mrs. Meeker came into the office. She practically caught him at it.
So I understand. But it doesn't explain why the missing half of the torn bill is so valuable.
No, it doesn't. Have you seen Mrs. Meeker yet, Vance?
No, I want to see my client first. You know, there's an old expression that money talks. I wonder what that torn half of a dollar bill has to say. Well, Worth, we've driven around for an hour, and I've brought you back home, and I still haven't found the reason you want that other half of the bill.
Now, wait a minute.
Suppose you tell me where you got the first half.
Suppose I don't.
That's a supposition I anticipated, believe me. How can I get the missing half if you won't tell me anything about it?
Anything I tell you will get me into this killing deeper than I am now.
That's quite an assignment. You're in pretty deep, you know. Well, you'd better sleep on it tonight and call me first thing in the morning.
Okay. Night. If I change my mind, Oh, Vance.
Yes?
Say, I just happened to think of something. You know who could...
Worth!
I'm all right. It missed me. The flash came from that direction. Come on.
I'm right with you. We're heading right into a mess of shrubbery. Whoever took that shot at you is safely hidden, I'm afraid.
Back your car up and shoot the spotlight in here. I'll find whoever it is.
I doubt that. I'm fairly certain whoever shot at you is far away by now. It seems to me you ought to start talking, Mr. Worth.
Well, just who do you think it was that shot at me?
I think it was Mr. Meeker's killer. I think he's under the impression you might have seen him and were about to tell me who he is.
Well, maybe you're right.
Well, Mr. Worth, I'm waiting.
I don't know. I'm not sure. If I knew, I'd tell you, Vance. I'm in this thing so deep, I'll tell you anything to put the heat on somebody else. But I don't know. I just don't know. You wouldn't want me to lie, would you?
I'm not sure. In fact, I don't know whether you've been lying or not already.
Get up! You have a hand? You're not hurt. Come on.
Stay out here breaking in here and smacking me around. What's gotten into you?
On your feet.
Gone crazy or something? You walk in here and start slugging without saying a word.
You took a shot at me while I was talking to Vance an hour ago. Well, didn't you?
I don't know what you're doing.
Cut it out, will you? Let's have some straight answers, then. You did try to kill me, didn't you?
I didn't try to kill you. I just tried to scare you off.
From what?
From telling Vance anything that he might turn upside down.
Now we're getting somewhere. You killed the boss, didn't you?
Don't be silly. We found you bending over the body, didn't we?
You tried to stop me from telling Vance that perhaps I saw you in Meeker's office a few minutes before his murder.
Did you see me?
No, of course not.
In that case, I guess I wasted the shot I fired in the air. You see, I thought you'd try to crawl out of a murder charge by putting me on the spot. That shot was just a warning, let's say, as to what's going to happen in case you try anything as silly as that.
Now, here's where Mr. Meeker should have been sitting, Markham.
I imagine that's right, Vance.
He's working in his shirt sleeves, as usual, when all of a sudden...
Vance, look out.
Okay, this time I got you, Vance. This fight.
You didn't have to be that realistic, Sergeant Heath.
It's all right, Markham. I'm not hurt. Heath was carrying out orders. I wanted to see how Mr. Meeker might have been killed. Only it didn't happen that way. This little demonstration proves he wasn't stabbed by anybody coming up in back of him.
That's fine. That's fine. There are so many things we don't know on this case. I guess that's something to be thankful for.
Look, why don't I grab this guy Worth and get this thing over with?
One reason is, Heath, that he didn't kill Meeker. Now, let me see. If the killer didn't come in back of his victim, he came from the front.
Jeez.
Or the sides. There are doors at both sides of this office.
Or the sides. In either event, front or sides, Meeker saw him, guessed his purpose, and... Markham, I've got it.
What have you got?
The reason for the torn bill. I know why it's valuable now, and I think I know who has it.
Do you also know why your client, Mr. Worth, wouldn't tell you anything about it?
Not yet, but I will in a minute. Bring that buzzer in front of you, please, Markham.
You want the girl from outside?
Yes.
Very well.
Gentlemen, I'm nowhere nearer to finding out who our murderer is than I was. But I guarantee I have the rest of this case solved.
What rest, Vance? In a murder case, all you gotta do is find the murderer. Or maybe I'm wrong.
You're right, Heath. But knowing the reason for murder sometimes helps.
Somebody want me in here?
Yes, I do. Please come in.
Okay, here I am. What's going on that I should know about?
Miss, see if I have this situation correct. Both Jeff Hallahan and David Worth were in these offices somewhere when Mrs. Meeker came to call on her husband.
That's right.
You didn't buzz Mr. Meeker or call him. You just let her walk on through.
Right again.
She found Worth bending over the body. He claims he heard Mr. Meeker fall and came running in. Jeff Hallahan came in here later. Now, that was the picture, wasn't it?
Sure was.
Good. Now, tell me one thing more. What was Mr. Worth's job?
Job?
Yes.
He took care of everything inside. Had charge of the books, the money, everything.
That's all I wanted to know. Markham, get an auditor to work on the books of this company at once.
You think you'll find something wrong?
Definitely.
That means that Worth was stealing. His boss caught him, so he killed his boss, right, Vance?
No, Heath, it isn't right. Not entirely right, that is. I think Worth was stealing. But whether Meeker caught him or not, I don't know. And there was one other thing wrong with what you said, too.
Yeah? What was that?
Worth didn't kill Mr. Meeker. I told you that before. Whoever the killer is shot at my client last night when I was with him. We're narrowing down our suspects, Markham. But we have a very difficult situation to unravel.
No question about that. That $50 bill, that should provide a solution. You say you know who has it?
Yes, but knowing who has it and getting it before it's destroyed are two different things. Say nothing about the bill to anybody, please. Perhaps a dollar bill doesn't go as far today as it once did, but this one is going to go a long way toward solving our mystery.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Meeker murder case opened with the finding of the body of John Meeker, business executive, knifed in his office. Suspects include his wife, his assistant, David Worth, and an office worker, Jeff Hallahan, who we suspect was friendly with Meeker's young wife. Philo Vance entered the case when Worth came to him to urge him to find the other half of a torn dollar bill. But while Vance says he knows why the half is valuable, we do not. At the moment, Sergeant Heath is in my office giving me a report on the books of the Meeker Company, and
Here it is, D.A. Lowdown on the Meeker Company books. Somebody's been systematically robbing them for months. And according to everything we could find, it could only be one man doing it.
That must mean David Worth.
Right.
Vance said he suspected that was what Worth was doing.
And I said that old man Meeker must have caught him at it. So Worth killed him. You remember that?
Yes. But Vance is sure that Worth isn't the killer.
Well, so what? I'm sure that he is. I'm going to lock him up.
No, not yet, Heath. Vance told me there would be a development on the case tonight. We'll just wait till we see what that development is before we make an arrest.
Now, look, Worth, I'm not going to stand here talking to you all night. I know the story of the dollar bill. What I want from you is corroboration.
I've got nothing to say. Only believe me, Vance, I didn't kill Meeker.
Tell me the story of the bill.
You said you knew it.
All right, if you want it that way. You went into Meeker's office and found him dead on the floor. In his hand was the dollar bill. You tried to get it out of his hand and you tore it. Right so far?
Go ahead.
Mrs. Meeker came in then. She ran over to the body and screamed. Hallahan came rushing in. And all three of you stood over the body. You take it from there.
Well, that's all I know. When I had a moment before the police came, I looked for the second half of the bill. The one that was in the boss's hand. But it was missing.
Either Mrs. Meeker or Hallahan took it, eh? I suspected as much. And I know why everyone was so interested in the half of the bill in the dead man's hand. Now that what I suspected has been proven true, I think we're on the way to a showdown.
You mean to tell me you know why the other half of the bill has such value?
Definitely. But don't be surprised, Worth. It was just a matter of logic and deduction. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to call Markham. The finger is pointing to the murderer, all right, and I have a way to make him show his hand.
I think I understand, Vance. They're not to know who's calling, but I'm to phone Worth and Hallahan and Mrs. Meeker and give them that message.
Give it to them just this way, Markham. Say that the police know where the missing half of the dollar bill is, that it's in the home of one of them, and that I have promised to have it by nightfall.
I've got that, and I'll do it. Then what?
Then I want you to have men following each of the three suspects. It's very important I know where they spent the hour after you give them my message.
There goes that young fellow Worth, hightailing it to his house heap.
Yeah, Michael. He must have grabbed a cab as soon as he finished giving him Vance's message on the phone.
Come on, let's check with the men we had following Hallahan and Mrs. Meeker. Then we've got to report to Vance.
I don't get it, D.A. We give out an anonymous tip to 3 people that there's half of a dollar bill in one of their apartments. So that's supposed to mean something. Well, it doesn't. Not to me. But then, I'm not Philo Vance.
Come in.
Hello, Vance.
Markham, come right in.
Thank you. Here's your report. When we gave Mrs. Meeker, Hallahan, and Worth your message about the missing half of the bill being in their homes, Worth and Hallahan immediately left their office.
And went straight home.
Went straight home and rummaged through their rooms. Heath and I saw Worth do it from outside his apartment, and one of Heath's men saw Hallahan do the identical thing in his place.
What about Mrs. Meeker?
Well, that's a funny thing, Vance. She did absolutely nothing. Went shopping and to a movie.
Well, that proves that she has the missing half, anyhow, and that she carries it with her. That would be the only reason she didn't dash home to look for it.
In other words, the other two, Worth and Hallahan, thought the incriminating half of the dollar bill, if it is incriminating, had been planted in their room.
Right. Mrs. Meeker knew the message was a trick, inasmuch as she had the missing half all the time.
Yeah. Vance, suppose she does have the half bill, as you insist. How does that fit in with your theory?
She's the one I suspected had it. Now I know.
That means she's our murderer?
No, Markham. Doesn't mean that at all.
Well, then what is all this?
It's the solution, Markham. Just be on hand at your telephone so that you can call me at exactly 10 o'clock tonight at Jeff Hallahan's apartment. And when you call, don't mind a single thing I say to you.
Well, Vance, which one of us talks first? You've been here a half hour and you've said nothing since you said good evening.
You're lucky, Mr. Hallahan. You don't know how boring my conversation can be.
I'm not going to find out either. If you want nothing here, Vance, either you get out or I will.
Well, since you put it that way...
I'll get it.
Sorry, I'll answer it, Mr. Hallahan. I'm expecting the call. Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. I'm calling you as per schedule. Now what?
Oh, Mrs. Meeker. Yes, I expected you to call.
Mrs. Meeker? There are so many things about this case I don't know. Now I don't even know who I am.
No, the morning will be time enough, thank you. Just bring it to my office in the morning. I've been waiting a long time to see that other half of the bill.
I've been waiting a long time to find out what this is all about. Personally, I think I'm much prettier than Mrs. Meeker, don't you, Vance?
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Meeker. You've been very helpful.
Thank you.
In the morning at my office, then. Good night. Now, let's see, Hallahan. Where were we again?
We were about to decide who was to leave, you or me. Well, I've decided. You stay as long as you like. I'm getting out of here.
I tell you, Jeff, you're crazy. I never called Vance at any time, much less half an hour ago.
Oh, don't give me that. I heard what he said, and I know why you called him. You intend to give him that half of the dollar bill.
Oh, Jeff.
The half you took out of your husband's hand after he was dead.
Will you listen to reason? I tell you, I didn't call him.
I'm listening, but that's not reason. You figure you'll crawl out of this by blaming the whole thing on me. And you have the proof that I killed your husband on that torn bill. But you're not giving it to Vance in the morning. You're giving it to me right now.
Jeff, let go of me. Let go.
Give me the bill. Give it to me so I can destroy it. I'm not trying to let you have that over my head all my life.
If I give it to you, will you let go of me? Jeff, will you?
Give me the bill, Helen, and stop stalling.
Wait a minute. It's in my purse. I've been carrying it with me ever since I took it. Right over here. I'll get it.
Oh, no, you don't. If it's in the purse, I'll get it. People have been known to keep guns in purses, you know. Now, whereabouts, sir? Oh, I got it. Pretty $50 bill. Most beautiful $50 bill in the world with the ugliest words written on it. Now, give me a match, Helen.
There's a lighter in the purse.
Yeah, so there is. Now,
You'll give me the bill and the purse, Mr. Hallahan.
That?
Yes.
How'd you get in here?
I knew you'd come right here after our little chat, so I followed you. I anticipated your coming here as early as this afternoon when I obtained a pass key of this apartment. Let me have the bill, please.
Use the lighter, you fool.
Yes, the lighter.
Sorry, but you don't have money to burn, Hallahan.
Oh, no, we'll see.
Well, Mrs. Meeker, there's your boyfriend. In his hand is the half of the dollar bill. The answer to this entire case.
What about it? So you'll find that Jeff killed my husband. That doesn't concern me at all.
I wouldn't say that. I think it does. I think you planned it all. But that's for a jury to decide.
Vance, how did you know there was something on the other half of that dollar bill? How did you know it was Jeff who killed my husband? You had to know that, or you wouldn't have staged the phone call Jeff told me about.
I knew, believe me. But how I knew will have to remain with me until I tell it to District Attorney Markham. Just let me sit at Mr. Meeker's desk again, Markham, and I'll give you the whole murder story and show you what happened.
Right ahead, Vance. I'm very anxious to hear.
I wouldn't be human if I didn't tell you that I'm very anxious to give you the details. Well, we'll start from here. Meeker is sitting at this desk in his shirt sleeves. He has a fountain pen and pencil clipped to his right trouser pocket.
Yes, I noticed that's where he carried them on that picture on the office wall.
That's where I saw them, too. And that's what led me to the solution of the crime. While Meeker was at his desk, the door on the left opened and Hallahan stood there with a gun in his hand.
Meeker was killed by a knife.
I know. I'll get to that later. There was Meeker sitting at his desk, his hands deep in his trouser pockets. Warning him against moving or making an outcry, Hallahan made his way up to his victim.
But Meeker, with his pencil in his right trouser pocket, when most men carry their money, was able to scrawl an indictment against Hallahan on a dollar bill.
Undoubtedly. He could do all that without taking his hand out of his pocket, so Hallahan never knew. Now the killer shifted the gun to his left hand, drew a knife which was just as deadly and a whole lot quieter than a gun.
I see now. Meeker had time to write the word killer and Jeff on the dollar bill then.
Yes. He then tried to get up to defend himself, but Hallahan was too quick. He killed Meeker and left the room with Meeker's body on the floor. As the dead man fell, his hand came out of his pocket with the dollar bill clenched in it.
Then we know what happened. Worth came in, saw the bill, tried to get it out of the dead man's hand, but tore it. He had seen some writing on the part still in Meeker's hand, but couldn't make it out.
What he thought it might be, of course, was a statement by Meeker that he, Worth, had been stealing. Anyhow, Mrs. Meeker came in, and it was she who managed to get the missing hat.
And kept it as a weapon to get young Hallahan to do whatever she liked. Quite involved, wasn't it, Vance?
A bit, but it's all very simple now that we have our confessions. And I think that's the end of our work in this office, Markham.
The end of our work in this office and on the Meeker murder case.
Calling all detectives. Valuable possessions can get lost in all sorts of ways. But when they're lost on purpose, somebody generally calls in a detective. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Once in a blue moon, I, Jerry Browning, private detective, get a real jewel of a case. The buzzer sounded, and Titus Wolfe, secretary to Vincent DeWitt, nodded toward the heavy oak door.
Mr. DeWitt will see you now, Mr. Browning.
In his private office, Vincent DeWitt was sitting behind a half-acre of desk.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Browning, but this situation came up unexpectedly, and I've had to rearrange all my appointments to get you in.
I nodded, sat down. What's the trouble, sir? DeWitt put his fingertips together.
It's rather confidential, Browning. My wife, Betsy, a wonderful woman, wonderful, but, well, flighty. Loves to gamble, bridge, poker, occasional flyer on the stock market.
She in a jam with some professional gambler? DeWitt looked shocked.
Dear me, hope not. Oh, it's possible. Betsy has lost her diamond bracelet. At least she says it's lost. My own opinion is that she has sold or pawned it to cover her losses.
Is the bracelet insured, Mr. DeWitt?
Yes, it is. And I have no desire to defraud an insurance company. Your task, therefore, is to recover the bracelet as quietly as possible. If you do, in addition to your daily fee, I will pay you a bonus of $1,000. However, under no circumstances are you to question my wife.
When a man hired me to recover his wife's diamond bracelet, I learned that he suspected her of having sold it to pay gambling debts. Armed with a description of the bracelet, I started to make the long, weary round of pawn shops. Turned up absolutely nothing. I was sure Mrs. DeWitt wouldn't risk selling the bracelet to one of the big jewelry firms that would insist on identification, so I turned next to the fences.
No, I ain't seen the ice, Jerry. An insurance guy was around asking about this morning, and you know what? He says that maybe a dame will be trying to peddle the stones.
I gulped, grinned weakly. These insurance investigators are a suspicious bunch. Now, look, spread the word. If the ice turns up, and I hear about it first, there'll be a little extra in it for the boys.
Yeah, I get it, Jerry.
So the insurance company also had the idea that Mrs. DeWitt might have engineered the loss of a bracelet. And when an insurance company gets an idea, it doesn't easily drop it. All of which meant that I had to work fast. DeWitt had forbidden me to question his wife, but he didn't say anything about staying away from his wife's broker. The broker's name was Henry J. Drayton, junior partner in one of the best brokerage houses in town. Yes, Mrs. DeWitt has an account with us. Has she lost a lot? Drayton smiled. Well, normally that's a question I would not answer, Mr. Browning, but because of the nature of your investigation, I will tell you. Mrs. DeWitt gives the impression of being impractical, but actually she is an astute trader and has made some interesting profits, upward of $5,000 after taxes. She's making money? Exactly. She plans to buy her husband a gift with her profits and to demonstrate that she is much more able than he gives her credit for being. Thanks, Mr. Drayton. Thanks a lot. At this point, I was just about ready to give up. Mrs. DeWitt was flighty, only she wasn't. She'd stolen and sold her own bracelet, only she didn't need the money. Maybe the bracelet really was lost. I decided to visit the insurance company. William Hanson was the claim adjuster assigned to the case. Frankly, Browning, we don't know what to think about this missing bracelet business. This isn't the first time Mrs. DeWitt has reported some of her jewelry as being missing. That's news to me. Did you pay previous claims? Hanson shook his head. On each of the 2 previous occasions, the missing jewels were recovered just as we were on the point of making payment. Then what are you complaining about? If you don't want Mrs. DeWitt's insurance business because she's careless, that's one thing. But that's no reason to go around town checking on whether she sold the stuff herself. Hanson looked at me thoughtfully. How do you know what we've been doing, Browning? Unless you've been doing the same thing yourself. I had to cover fast. I know a lot of people, and the word has been coming back to me. What's more, I don't mind telling you that Mr. DeWitt resents it and may do something about it. It was Hanson's turn to look unhappy. He mumbled something about routine search, finally admitted, "We haven't recovered any reason why Mrs. DeWitt might have stolen her own bracelet, so we'll honor this claim and then cancel the policy." Hanson answered the phone, listened for a few moments. Under the papers in your own office, Mr. DeWitt? Well, that's fine. I'll mark the case closed. Hanson turned back to me. The bracelet's been found, Browning. DeWitt's secretary, Titus Wolf, found it buried under some papers where Mrs. DeWitt must have dropped it. DeWitt says he's giving Wolf a big bonus. That's the bonus I was figuring on. Well, see you again sometime. I went back to my client, told him what I'd learned about his wife.
You say Betsy intends to buy me a gift for the stock market earnings? Well, well.
He opened his desk drawer, brought out the bracelet that had caused all the excitement.
I think I'll surprise her, too. As your last job for me, Brownie, take this to a good jeweler. Have him make up diamond earrings to match.
I took the bracelet to Carnet, the custom jeweler, told him what was wanted.
I'm sorry, Mr. Browning. This setting is platinum, but the stones are zircons, and we don't deal in that.
Did you say zircons? Give me that bracelet. I drove back to DeWitt's office, got there just in time for a nice little scene. DeWitt giving his faithful secretary, Titus Wolf, a big, fat check. I grabbed the check and... Okay, Wolf, your racket is finished. What did you do with the diamond from the bracelet? He talked after a while, and I discovered that in each of the 2 previous jewel losses, Wolf was the one who found the missing piece. What he really did was steal the jewelry, remove the real diamonds, and substitute zircons. Then after a while, he'd pretend to find the jewel and get a fat reward as well as the stones. Well, he's still playing around with rocks these days, but they're on a rock pile. Like I said, a case may seem all confused at the beginning, but if you uncover enough stones, the guilty person always winds up with the bracelets. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Vitalis, Vitalis. Vitalis, the famous preparation that keeps your hair well-groomed. And used with the speedy 60-second workout, helps you to keep your hair.
Friends, before we start tonight's dramatic story, I'd like to have a personal word with you. With our country at war, with each and every one of us determined to win this war, our government needs your material support. One way every man and woman can help is through the purchase of defense savings stamps and bonds. Buy a share in America. Buy all the defense savings bonds and stamps you can, this week and every week. Do your share in helping our country to win.
Our story tonight begins in the vaulted, echoing galleries of the City Museum in your District Attorney's city. It is shortly past midnight, and in the lofty Egyptian hall, a single light high on the ceiling casts eerie patterns of black shadow. Suddenly, a phone rings on the desk of the night watchman, rings and shatters the silence of this modern tomb of ancient art.
Hello? Hello? This is Patrick Cork, night watchman of the City Museum speaking. Hello? Hello? Well, don't be answering then. The devil take you for disturbing a man's rest. Now, what in the name of all that's holy? Who's that? Stop! Stop in your tracks or I'll shoot! Stop, I tell you! Oh, no, you don't.
But I do, my friend.
Oh, hello?
Well, what do you make of it, Chief? No watchman. No corpus delicti. No nothing.
Yes, I know, Harrington. And we can't tell what's been stolen until the director of the museum gets here.
Oh.
Meanwhile, I want you to search this section of the museum.
Yeah, okay, Chief. Okay, I'll take a look around. Oh. But the boys in the precinct figure it was probably just some kids got locked in after closing time.
Well, that wouldn't account for the disappearance of the night watchman.
That's right. Yeah. Those bloodstains there.
Yes, and the telephone the police found off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they all seem to indicate he never left the building.
No. Yeah, what did you find out about that phone call,
Well,
Chief?
Miss Miller is checking with the telephone company now. But meanwhile, we've got to locate that night watchman.
Yeah, or what's left of him.
Yes, look in the Egyptian room first, Harrington. That's where the night watchman's desk is.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Chief, here comes somebody.
Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's probably Anderson, director of the museum.
Oh, yeah, okay, Chief. If that night watchman's here, I'll find him, dead or alive.
Right.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
I'm Cornwall Anderson, director of this museum.
I'm the district attorney, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, how do you do? Exactly what happened here tonight?
That's what I'm hoping you can tell me.
Well, Patrick Cork, the night watchman, a devoted and trusted guard of long service. I think he could tell...
He's vanished.
Vanished?
Yes.
But how?
We don't know. But tell me, is there anything in this section of the museum that might easily be sold?
Oh, my dear sir, the museum is full of priceless relics.
Well, yes, of course. But do you know of any particular item that might be marketable?
My word, so you think... Well, yes, now that you mention it, yes. Right in the next room, a real collector's prize. Our latest and proudest acquisition.
Yes, what is it?
A priceless miniature, a Holbein. Mm-hmm. An exquisite and flawless masterpiece of the golden age of miniature painting. For a moment I was afraid...
Afraid it was stolen?
Yes. You see, there was a previous attempt.
Yes, when?
The last spring.
Did you report it to the police?
No, it happened in London.
In London?
Yes, where the miniature was purchased for us.
Oh, yes, I see. And is this miniature protected by the burglar alarm system?
Oh, yes. Even the breaking of the glass will set off the alarm system.
Well, then the breaking of the showcase in the other room must have set off the alarm.
Yes. Poor Patrick must have seen the intruders, struggled with them.
Then suppose you take me to the case where this miniature is kept.
Of course. It's right over here in the corner of the room.
I see. Well, there's nothing wrong with this case. No glass broken.
No, there isn't. Oh, there's the miniature. No one has touched it.
Yeah.
Chief!
Yes.
Chief, come here, quick!
Who is that?
Harrington, my chief special investigator.
Hey, Chief, I found him. I think I found the night watchman.
Yes, where is he?
Right over there in one of them Egyptian coffins, all laid out like an undertaker's done the job.
My word, in a mummy case?
Mummy case or coffin, he's in there.
Yes, which one?
The middle one, the one with the dogs and palm trees painted on it. Here, I'll just open it again.
Is he dead?
If he ain't, he ought to be.
Oh, my word.
You said it. Oh, boy, this gives me a turn. I'm used to corpses, but this...
Hey, Harrington, this man isn't dead.
Huh?
He's unconscious, but there's pulse action and a faint heartbeat.
Well, for the love of Pete, let's get him out of here.
No, he may be suffering from internal injuries. Phone for an ambulance.
Yeah, right, Chief, right. Now, we're getting something.
Poor Patrick, why, what could have happened?
You see that red welt around his throat?
Why, yes, extraordinary.
No, not at all. This wasn't the work of mischievous boys or amateurs, Mr. Anderson. This man was strangled by an expert.
It certainly looks like this museum robbery was planned by some very clever crooks.
Yes, extremely clever, Miss Williams. We're not dealing with thugs and gunmen.
No.
So any word from Harrington yet this morning?
Oh, yes. He's on his way down here to the office. Mm-hmm. And he said something about Scotland Yard.
Oh, yes.
I wonder what he could have...
Yes, this case has an international angle. Oh. See, Anderson, the director of the museum, tells me there was an attempt to steal a prize miniature shortly before it was purchased in London.
But, Chief, if there was a previous attempt, won't it be hard to check with Scotland Yard, what with the war and the heavy cable traffic?
Yes, but fortunately, a yard inspector is over here now on other business. I met him just a few nights ago. His name is Essex.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him.
I'm having Harrington check with him.
Oh, that sounds like Harrington, Chief. He always slams doors.
Oh, Chief.
Hello.
Miss Miller.
Hello.
Well, it seems Anderson of the museum got a bum steer about that there miniature, Chief.
How so?
Well, according to the Scotland Yard inspector, they had a man watching the miniature and other things from the time they arrived from Amsterdam until it was shipped over here.
Yes, and what happened?
Well, nothing. Not a thing, Chief.
You mean to say there was no attempt to steal it?
Not a ghost of a snatch.
Well,
Chief, this case is beginning to go soft. Things are stolen, then they ain't stolen. Guys are dead, laid out in a coffin. The next thing you know, they're up walking around.
And there's a woman in the case, Harrington.
A woman? Wouldn't you know it? No wonder nothing makes sense. Where does she fit in?
she made the telephone call to the museum just before the watchman was strangled.
Well, who is she? Where'd you pick her up?
She made the call from a payphone in a drugstore.
No, we haven't picked her up. And we haven't enough of a description to broadcast an alarm. Hey, Harrington, let's you and I go back to the museum. And, Miss Miller,
Yes, sir.
I've jotted down a list of questions here, and I'd like to have the answers as quickly as possible. So phone Mr. Williams, chairman of the board of the City Museum.
Right away, Chief.
Hello. Oui, this is Pierre Jolet. Oh, oui. It was unfortunate. Well, we must wait. Oh, but no. The museum will be guarded extra well in the night. What? Today is this afternoon? But c'est impossible. Does not matter if you are pressed for the money. But, monsieur, I tell you. Oh, mais oui. This is very clever. They would not expect such a move. You have missed your calling, monsieur.
Yes? Who is it?
Be quiet, Yvonne, un moment. It is only my confederate, monsieur. And your plan is good. And I shall not fail this time. I'll be at your home this afternoon and have the money ready. Au revoir, monsieur. Yvonne, how many times must I tell you?
Pierre, you are not going to try again.
The police will not be expecting it.
But last night you almost killed a man.
Many times I have almost killed Yvonne, but never yet.
You think you are so very smart. But one day you will hold the silken cord a moment too long, and someone will die.
The use of the silken garrote is a fine art, ma chérie. I am master of that art.
Even so, why can we not wait?
The radio and the newspapers report it will sleet and snow this afternoon. The museum will be deserted. By tonight, we will have the money.
I do not like this.
You must do your part this one more time. You must talk to the guard. Keep him interested. Now, where is my cane? Fetch it to me, Yvonne.
The cane? You mean the sword cane?
Mais certain. The noisy gun, it is not for me.
You are a fool, Pierre.
Do as I say, Yvonne. Bring the cane or I get it myself. And I use it on you.
Boy, this here museum's nearly as creepy by daylight as it was last night, Chief. Oh, I was meaning to ask you, how come you stopped so long at the police lab?
I was having the chief chemist prepare something that may prove to be a solution to this case, Harrington.
Well, now that we're... Well, for the love of Mike, or Patrick Cork, I should say.
Yes, the night watchman.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. District.
Oh, good afternoon.
To you, Miss Harrington.
How are you, sir?
And thanks for your interrupting me premature wait.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Cork.
Hey, what are you doing on day duty, Cork?
Well, after what happened last night, I was transferred to the day duty because they're short-handed here at the museum, owing to a couple of the boys being out sick.
Oh, I see. Did Mr. Anderson transfer you?
No, it was his assistant. Mr. Anderson's off home for the day with the cold.
Huh? Hey, he didn't have no cold at 1 o'clock this morning.
Well, I was hoping to get some further information on the history of the Holbein miniature from him.
Well, now, his assistant, Miss Jones, might be after having it, sir.
Mm-hmm.
There is a pamphlet.
Yes, that might do. Go get one of those pamphlets, Harrington.
Yeah, okay, Chief.
Right.
Oh, hello, Miss Miller. What brings you here at 90 miles an hour?
No time for that now, Harrington. Oh, Chief, I have the information.
Good, but just a minute, Miss Miller.
Right.
Harrington.
Yes, Chief?
Get that pamphlet from the assistant director right away, will you?
Right. Down the hall, first door to the right.
Yeah, thanks. Right away, Chief.
Now then, let's have that report, Miss
Here you
Miller.
are, Chief. Your hunch was more than right.
Ah, yes, so it would seem. Oh, Miss Miller, this is Patrick Cork, the watchman who was nearly strangled to death last night.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cork. You had a lucky escape.
How do you do, Miss Miller? Sure, and as thankful I am to be alive this day.
I should say. Well, Chief, what do you make of the report?
Yeah, it's pretty much what I'd expected to have confirmed. Do you have the key to the showcase guarding the Holbein miniature, Cork?
I have that, Mr. District Attorney.
Good. Open the case, William.
Open the case? Yes. Well, now, I don't rightly know, sir. Well, I'll have to disconnect the alarm system first.
That'll be quite all right.
Well, if you say so, sir, I'll disconnect the wire here at the switch. Would you be wanting to take the miniature out, sir?
No. No, I'm not even going to touch the miniature myself.
Well, let that dead body just try to touch it. I'm itching to get my hands on the devil that came close to choking me to death.
Oh, just a minute, Cork. And now get this straight. If anyone tries to steal this miniature, don't raise a hand to stop them. Now remember, don't try to stop them.
Come on, Yvonne. It is almost closing time, and we must act quickly.
The museum is deserted. Pierre, this may be a trap.
Nonsense. It is sleeting. That is why no one is here, and it is perfect. Now, go talk with the guard. Get him away from the miniature case. Into the Egyptian room. And give me time to cut the glass.
Suppose the alarm goes off, as it did last night.
Even so. There is only the guard. I will take care of him. There he comes. Engage him in conversation for me. Get him away from here.
Oh, watchman, I beg your pardon.
Oh, good afternoon, miss. What can I do for you?
I came to see the Egyptian collection. Where is it?
Well, right down the hall, miss, around the corner to your left.
Can you not take me there?
Oh, that I can. And the gentleman, too.
Oh.
Why, I beg your pardon. The young lady and I are not together. Oh, I see. And what would you be wanting to see? Nothing in particular. You wouldn't be interested in miniatures now, would you?
Please, monsieur, take me to the Egyptian room.
Well, I can't now. Speak up, man. Let me hear your voice again. What is my voice to you? It is the same. You tried to steal that miniature last night. You tried to strangle me. You come along with me.
Pierre, the old man has recognized you.
Yes, so he has. That I have, all right. Now, come along. Not now. I have another idea. Oh.
Pierre, you have killed this old man.
I have merely destroyed a witness. Come, Yvonne. Now we will get the miniature.
Well, Patrick Cork has ignored your district attorney's warning. We'll learn the outcome and hear the surprising developments of this case in just a moment. But first, men, I think you'll agree that the quick way to succeed in your business is to look successful. For as you know, men who look successful, men who are well-groomed and confident, get attention mighty fast.
And Vitalis helps you to look successful, helps you to look like a winner so that you're always ready when opportunity comes your way. Because Vitalis gives you good-looking, well-groomed hair. You see, Vitalis makes your hair obey your comb, makes it lie smoothly and smartly in place, and makes it stay in place all day long, all evening, but with none of that offensive, gooey, patent leather shine you see on some men's hair. Instead, Vitalis gives your hair a natural look, a really well-groomed look.
So men, use Vitalis and have the kind of handsome hair that helps you register a winning impression in your business contacts and in your social contacts, too. Use Vitalis and have the kind of good-looking hair that helps win you the respect of men and the admiration of women. Why don't you get a bottle of Vitalis the next time you're in a drugstore? Now, back to your district attorney.
Sergeant Goshen of the 4th Precinct is on the phone. He's calling from the museum.
That's all right. I'll take it here.
Hey, I'll bet you the trap's sprung, Chief.
Hello?
Worse than that, Harrington.
Hello, Sergeant. Yes? What? The miniature is gone? Cork is injured?
What?
Seriously? Yes, well, get him to the hospital. Get him the best specialist in the city. Yes, I'll be there as soon as I can. Yes, all right. Goodbye.
What happened, Chief? I thought you told the old geezer to lay off.
Yes, I did. I should have known a man can't forget a lifetime of training in an emergency. He tried to stop the thieves. A man and a woman with a French accent.
And got strangled again.
No, Harrington. This time the thief used a cane saw. Ran him through.
What? Well, what are we waiting for, Chief? They've grabbed the bait. Let's go get them.
Come into the study, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was it necessary to bring your wife to my home?
Yes, we are leaving the city immediately, Monsieur Anderson.
Monsieur, give us the money and let us go quickly.
Why? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened at the museum? Did you bungle again?
No, this time I have the miniature. But unfortunately...
Unfortunately what?
Unfortunately, the watchman recognized me and tried to prevent our escape.
Oh, how could he? Cork is on the night shift.
It would seem that he was transferred to the day shift.
Ah, yes, it would. Did you use that silk cord again?
No. I had only my cane saw.
You murdered the guard?
There was nothing else to do.
No, you shouldn't have come here after doing a thing like that. I have no intention of getting mixed up in a murder.
It is too late for that, monsieur. You are mixed up with us.
And if we are caught, you also will pay for the crime.
I have your $5,000. Give me the miniature.
I beg your pardon, monsieur. Now we need $10,000.
Yes, though there is a little more expensive.
You agreed to sell the miniature for $5,000. I haven't $10,000 and I can't raise it.
How much money have you, Monsieur Anderson?
$5,000. That's all I agreed to pay, and that's all you'll get.
Pierre, we are wasting time. Take the money and let us get out of here.
Here is the miniature. Now, where is the money?
The money is in my private safe over here.
Ah, private vault for all their treasures. This is not the first time you have robbed your museum.
That is my business.
It seems practice in crime has steeled your nerves, monsieur. Pierre, someone is at the door.
Whom are you expecting? Is this some trick, monsieur?
I'm not expecting anyone. The servants are off, and I'll have to answer the door. My car is out front. Whoever it is will know I'm at home.
Then go to the door. Get rid of them.
Oh, it may be some friend, I'll have to admit for a moment. Here, you must hide. Get in the vault, quickly, both of you.
Don't be ridiculous, monsieur.
Hurry, get in that vault. Oh, here. Take this miniature with you.
We have no intention of getting into your boat. It would kill us both.
For once, Yvonne, you are right. However, we will take the miniature.
I've no time to argue with you. You involved me in one murder.
It is a trap. He has a gun.
A trap or not, get in that vault. It all depends on how badly you bungled. If it's the police, if they followed you here... Get in, do you hear me, madam?
You wouldn't dare use that gun, monsieur.
Wouldn't I?
I think you would, Yvonne. Come.
You know I would. Get in that vault.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. District Attorney.
Yes, and my secretary and assistant, Miss Miller.
How do you do, Mr. Anderson?
How do you do?
Mind if we come in? The snow is rather wet.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
I suppose you're here for some more information about the Holbein miniature.
The miniature has been stolen, Mr. Anderson.
What? Why, how did it happen? Have the police any clues?
Oh, yes. Yes, there were quite a number of clues. Oh, I see you have a nice fire going in your study. Suppose we talk in there.
Oh, yes, of course. This is terrible. I want to help in every way I can.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, you're so pale. Are you sure your cold hasn't turned to grip?
No, I don't think so.
Perhaps you'd like a drink. I know this must be very upsetting for you.
Oh, yes, I believe I will. Oh, will you join me? The whiskey is right here. Or rye, if you prefer. Some soda?
Thank you. But if you don't mind, I'll have a plain glass of water.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, that'll be enough water, thank you.
Oh,
Clumsy of me. I've spilled the water all over your hand.
Quite all right, no harm.
Chief, you're right. Look at Mr. Anderson's hand.
What about my hand?
Look at them, Anderson.
Why, they're turning purple.
He's had the miniature in his hands, Chief. It must be somewhere in this house.
What's the meaning of this? What are you talking about? How dare you insist?
Save your indignation, Anderson. Where is the man with the French accent and his woman accomplice?
I don't know. I know nothing about them.
We'll get them. The guard described them.
Well, then catch them. Why come here and accuse me?
Your telltale hand.
You've had the miniature in your hands.
That's a lie. This purple in my hands means nothing. It isn't proof of anything.
Sufficient proof to place you under arrest, Mr. Anderson.
Arrest? You're going to arrest me?
Yes. And on the basis of evidence I already have, I'll get a warrant to search this house for the miniature.
You can't. You have no right.
A perfectly legal right. Well, will you come with us of your own free will? Or must I call in my special investigator and have him handcuffed?
Handcuffed? Oh, no. I'm not going, and you won't take me.
Chief, he's carrying a gun.
Yes, so I see. You'd better hand over that gun, Anderson. It's rather late in life for you to start making murder your business.
Don't make me kill you. I'm getting away, that's all. Now, don't follow me. I'm going to get away.
You ain't going, no.
All right, Harrington, not too rough with him.
I'm trying to be as gentle as I can. Boy, did I have a time getting in the back way.
But I didn't do it. I didn't tell him to kill poor old Cork. I'm not to blame.
You're a pretty cold-blooded man, Mr. Anderson. But a judge and jury will decide that. And I think I know how they'll decide. Well, Harrington, just as soon as you've got the handcuffs on him, come over here to this vault. I think that's where we'll find Mr. Anderson's two companions in crime.
Before your district attorney tells you when and why he first suspected Anderson and the means he used to prove his guilt, here's a special message for every woman listening in tonight. Now, you want your husband or your sweetheart to do all he can to keep the hair he has, don't you? Then tell him about Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout.
Yes, tell him to use Vitalis and the speedy 60-second workout because it helps a man to keep the hair he still has. For you see, men, the easy Vitalis workout helps in 4 different ways. 4 very important ways. It loosens up your tight, dry scalp and really gives your hair a chance. It stimulates the circulation. It routs unsightly loose dandruff, and it helps prevent excessive falling hair.
So, men, why don't you start using Vitalis and have good-looking, well-groomed hair every day? Use Vitalis in that easy, speedy workout, and let it help you to keep the hair you still have. Ask your druggist for a bottle of Vitalis tomorrow or even tonight. And now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, fortunately, Patrick Cork did not die. But Anderson, Pierre, and Yvonne were tried, convicted, and received long prison sentences for their crime.
Oh, Chief, I think it was grand you knew Pierre and Yvonne were in that safe.
Well, muddy footprints leading to the vault gave me that clue.
Oh, and Chief, hadn't you better tell our audience why you suspected Anderson?
Yes. His one simple lie caused us to investigate him. We soon discovered other art treasures had vanished from the museum and had been unreported. We learned that the city trustees were investigating and had already given Anderson a notice of dismissal as of January 1st. That and a need of money prompted him to take one last desperate chance.
Yeah, Chief, and the trap you set for him was something. Boy, you sure caught him purple-handed.
Yes, Harrington. And that was simply a matter of sprinkling the miniature with an almost invisible aniline powder dye, which causes the hands of anyone touching it to turn purple if they come in contact with water.
What about next week, Chief?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we again have quite a different case and one of the most baffling sagas of double murder this office was ever called upon to solve. The case of the bittersweet. So don't miss the case of the bittersweet at the same time next week. Until then, thank you and good night. And remember, buy defense savings bonds and stamps.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Jay Jostin was featured in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the author was Jerry McGill. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by the Bristol-Myers Company, makers of Vitalis, the largest selling preparation of its kind for keeping your hair well groomed. Just think of the word vital and add I-S. Vitalis, Vitalis for your hair.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
It's 8 o'clock. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Van Cristo Radio Theater, which brings you each week great radio shows from the past. Tonight, Gangbusters!
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
A brief reminder to stay tuned to the end of tonight's episode for a very special contest and announcement. And now enjoy tonight's presentation on Van Cristo Radio Theater.
Gangbusters present Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, who will interview by proxy Lieutenant Tom McGrath, Chicago Police Department, retired. Commissioner Valentine.
Lieutenant McGrath, I know Winslow Urban, terrorized the Midwest for years.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. To Winslow Urban, crime was a big business. Where others sought thousands, he went after millions. Urban was so cunning and so daring that on one occasion he was able to rob hundreds of families of their life savings at one blow.
And that's tonight's case, Lieutenant McGrath. Where would you like to begin?
A few months ago in Chicago, Commissioner, a slender, wiry man named Lou Morgan was keeping an appointment in a large gymnasium where prize fighters exercised and trained.
Hi, Joe. Been waiting long? About time you got here, Morgan. Urban's getting impatient. This time he wants everything set and perfect. And no more excuse. Everything's okay now, Joe. I got it all figured like Urban wants. You took enough time. Well, he wants a clean job, Joe. It takes time. Okay, come on. Urban in the back room here? Yeah, he's getting a rub down. Let's go in. Morgan says it's all set, Urban. Hi, Urban.
Fill it, Morgan. It works.
What are you waiting for? All right, this rub-down guy?
Ah, he's deaf and dumb, I tell you.
Oh, look, Urban, I'm the front man. I can't take no chances.
Just tell me, I tell you. Okay, I tell you. That's enough rubbing, Mickey. See? You can't hear nothing.
Look, I'm a nervous guy, Urban.
Okay. Joe, send Mickey out of here.
Hey, Mickey. Urban says that's enough rubbing for now. You should come back later. Yeah, later.
Okay, Morgan. What's it look like?
It's an easy mark, Urban. Ought to be $200,000.
I told you to find out about the burglar alarm.
I did.
Well?
No burglar alarm.
How you know?
Well, that's what took me so long. Like I told you before, the place looks like a business office, see? But they got a big vault with a tin door. Some people don't like to keep money in a bank, so they rent safe deposit boxes from this office. They got hundreds of boxes. How do you know there ain't no burglar alarm? They got a watchman instead. He lives upstairs over the office. Me and him, pals. I made friends with the guy, see? We take a walk, have a couple of beers, and before you know it, I got the layout of the whole vault. The same as if he handed me the blueprint. Yeah, it'll be a cinch, Urban. You could drop a bomb in there, nobody'd hear it.
What about the doctor that has his office on the second floor?
He's the only one upstairs besides the watchman. You case the doctor? Sure, even let the doc examine me. You got nothing to worry about him. Goes home every night. You gonna do the job, Urban?
Yeah.
When?
Friday night.
Then I guess I'll blow out of town for the weekend.
You want your 10%. You do a piece of work for it.
What do you mean, Urban?
Somebody's got to put this watchman on the spot. We don't know him, so you're the one who's going to do it.
All right, Urban, I can't. I'm up to my neck now. If I put the finger on that watchman, the cops will hang it on me, sure.
You'll do like I say if you know what's good for you.
Yeah. Okay, Urban.
When's the watchman make his rounds at the vault?
Every hour on the nose. Takes him 15 minutes.
You carry a time clock?
Yeah, he punches at the prize station.
What's he do after he makes it gone?
Takes a walk, maybe for 45 minutes. But look,
Shut up. You gotta have that watchman at tow. I figure it'll take 3 hours to open the vault and crack the lockboxes inside. You gotta make the watchman's rounds for him, and the alarm will go off.
I'll take care of that, Urban.
Meanwhile, I don't want no nosy cops spotting at Jimmy's door. So we go in with the watchman's key. And we keep the watchman where he can do no damage.
Yeah, Urban. I see your point, but look...
Friday night, you'll take a walk with that watchman at 10:15. When you get to the corner drugstore, go in for cigarettes. Leave the watchman standing on the corner. Me and the boys will handle the details from there on. Just you have the watchman outside that drugstore.
Say, I hope you didn't mind walking down here by the drugstore.
No, it suits me, as long as we're walking.
Okay.
You know, walking's why I like being a night watch.
Yeah?
You can go out for air, between rounds.
Well, I just want to step in here for a minute.
Okay, let's go.
No. All I want is cigarettes. You wait here a minute. Huh?
Oh, wait, come to think of it, I need cigarettes myself.
Oh, yeah? Well,
yeah.
Okay, what do you smoke? I'll get them for you.
Oh, now, listen, I couldn't let you do that. Oh, come on.
Oh, what's a pack of cigarettes? Just stay here a minute. I'll bring you some out.
Okay, but okay with me. That's me, mister. We dropped the key on the curb back there.
Yeah, we wondered, could you hold a match while we look for it?
Why, yes, I guess so. I think I got a box of matches someplace here in my pocket.
Yeah, obliged, mister.
Right here is the spot. Sure. Just a second now. I'll strike a match. Now, Joe.
Get it, he's out cold.
Hold him up. Now, here comes the car. All right, get him in the car, quick. Okay, step on it. Head for the vault.
Look at it, thousands. A gold mine. Look at all them rings and things. Oh, come on. We ain't got time to play with it. Crack the next box. What a haul. Am I seeing right? $100 bills.
Joe.
Yeah, Urban?
Come here.
Keep on cracking them boxes, boys, while I see what Urban wants. Did you ever see so much dough, Urban?
That's going to be the biggest haul anybody ever got. What time is it, Joe?
It's almost 1.
Time to make another round with that watchman's time clock.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
How about the watchman?
I just checked him. He won't wake up for hours. When he does, it'll take him a week to untie himself.
Perfect, Joe. Perfect. All right, hurry up, you guys. Get them last boxes open. We're getting out in 20 minutes.
Looks like whoever broke into this vault made quite a haul, doesn't it, Sergeant?
No telling how much, Captain Rogers.
Oh, what a mess. Look at it. Mortgage papers, registered bonds, heirlooms, everything they couldn't use. Thrown it all over the place.
They left this behind. Imagine what they took with them.
Any fingerprints, Sergeant?
Not a print, Captain Rogers.
Did you check that Watson story?
Yes, sir. I'm sure he's in the clear. But he's all we've got to work with right now.
Somebody cased this job perfectly.
Yes, they knew every corner like a book. Right now, it points to the man the watchman took a walk to the drugstore with just before the robbery.
What's the watchman have to say about this man?
He's given us a pretty accurate description, but it could fit 1,000 suspects.
All right. Put men to questioning everyone in the neighborhood, Sergeant. Maybe someone else noted this finger man. Meantime, we'll get an estimate of the loot. I hate to think of the figure when it gets totaled.
Not blaming them rings and things, Joe. I'm trying to ask.
Boy, oh boy, what'd that take? How much, Urban? How much?
Let me check the figures now. Let's see. Currency, coins, negotiable bonds, jewelry. 8, 13, 22, 30, 38, 60, 44.
How much, Urban? How much?
Just a second, wait a minute. There. Take a look.
300 grand.
Take another look, Joe.
300? Oh, 3,000. You're kidding.
No. That's the total.
$3 million.
Yeah. 3 million plus a couple of thousand and all that jewelry.
I didn't think there was that much dough in the world.
There was, and then 10 boxes.
And we got it.
Yeah. Joe.
Don't bother me. I'm dreaming about spending my cut.
That's what I want to talk about.
What do you mean? That's already settled.
Look, Joe. A $3 million score makes this dough the hottest stuff in the country.
So?
So we can't let the boys push it out too freely.
No?
My idea is everybody takes 15 grand apiece and we pack the rest away until it cools off.
Who packs it away?
He's the boss.
You.
Then I take care of the money until we split the balance.
I know, Urban. I know.
You think I'm crazy enough to blow out with all this dough? The boys would cut my head off.
And I'd be there with the sharpest knife.
Okay, so it's settled. Each takes 15 grand and I pack away the rest.
It's settled, Urban. But don't forget what I said.
About the sharpest knife?
Yeah. 3 million. Why, that little punk Morgan. He had the right dope. You got to give him credit.
Yeah. Morgan's in for casing this job. It's 10%. You know what 10% of 3 million is?
300 grand. So what?
300,000 is a lot of dough. More than we expected from the whole job.
He earned it.
What business a punk like Morgan got with 300,000? It's dangerous.
For him?
For us. He tosses that dough around, he gets picked up. Cops make him sing and we fry. You can't spend no 3 million in Joliet.
So we give him peanuts.
We give him nothing, Joe. He's front man, and sooner or later the cops will nab him. When a copper says boo, a punk like Morgan sings.
You mean we got to give him the business?
Yeah, the business. But make sure it's a clean job. Morgan's out of town now, setting up his alibi. He'll be back Monday for a split. You and the boys will see that he gets it. Between the eyes.
Not 24 hours after Urban robbed the vault, Commissioner Valentine, he was planning to dispose of the weakest member of his gang.
Lieutenant McGrath, we're all anxious to hear what happened next in this thrilling case.
We'll return to tonight's episode of Gangbusters on Van Cristo Radio Theater in just a few moments. In the recently completed 10th Annual Francis W. Hatch Awards competition, sponsored by the Advertising Club of Greater Boston, Van Cristo Associates won first prize for excellence in radio advertising. This highly coveted award was given to Van Cristo for the agency's radio commercials for the books The Military Industrial Complex and The Same Sex, published by Pilgrim Press. We're sure the many listeners of Van Cristo Radio Theater would like to hear these prize-winning commercials. Last week we played for you The Military Industrial Complex. Tonight we'll play The Same Sex.
Alabama, 2 to 10 years. Connecticut, 30 years. About 37% of all males have had at least one overt homosexual experience. Georgia.
When a homosexual is undesirably discharged from the Army, we notify the local police.
Maine.
The same sex?
Massachusetts.
The term homosexual is dehumanizing.
New Hampshire.
And men are more easily murdered if their full humanity is
5
ignored.
years or both. The gay bar is, well, it's a sexual market. If you know what to watch for in a gay bar, 7 to 20.
Same sex?
Vermont.
I
1
love
to
you.
5.
I love
Idaho.
you too.
5 years to life.
The same sex? The same sex?
The Same Sex. An appraisal of homosexuality. A Pilgrim Press paperback now playing at your local bookstore.
1 to 5. Idaho. 5 years to life.
The commercial you've just heard was one of two which won for Van Cristo Associates first prize in the 10th Annual Hatch Awards competition for excellence in radio advertising, sponsored by the Advertising Club of Greater Boston.
Now back to Gangbusters and Commissioner Valentine.
Lieutenant McGrath, Winsome Urban had given instructions to his gang to murder Lou Morgan, the man who led Urban to the $3 million loot. What happened next?
Well, Chicago detectives questioned hundreds of people, Commissioner Valentine. to uncover even the smallest lead to the man who cased the vault for the gang. One of those questioned was the doctor who had his office above the vault. Captain Rogers went there to talk to him.
I remember every detail, Doctor. As I said, the night watchman has told us he first met this suspect in the hallway, outside, coming out of your office here.
About 10 days ago, you say?
About then, Doctor. The watchman said he was wearing a plaid shirt and a pair of...
I think I do recall him.
Good.
Let me look back at my record. Here. February 2nd, J.L. Smith.
Well, he'd use a phony name.
I'm certain this is the man.
You examined him?
Thoroughly. He complained of feeling sick.
Was he?
Well, I could find nothing wrong. Hypochondriac type.
Well, tell me, when you were examining him, Doctor, did you notice anything about him? Any peculiar scars or marks?
Oh, yes. He did have a tattoo. Bathing beauty tattoo.
Where?
The left forearm.
Good.
I noticed the tattoo while taking his pulse.
Yes. Any other marks, Doctor?
An appendectomy.
Good. How about his teeth?
I recall several molars missing. He wore a dental bridge.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
I hope I've been helpful, Captain.
Doctor, you don't know how helpful you've been. This was a professional job. The men involved probably have records. And that tattoo, the appendectomy scar, and the missing teeth are distinctive clues. They may lead us to these criminals.
Identification Bureau to Captain Rogers. Have checked cross-file system for known criminals with 1 bathing beauty tattoo, 2 appendectomy scar, 3 missing molars and dental bridge. Results, 7 known criminals answering general description and having those marks. Sending these criminals' records to your office at once.
I asked you two gentlemen to come here to police headquarters to look at some pictures.
Yes, sir.
Doctor, will you please sit on one side of that table and the watchman on the other?
Of course, Captain.
I have here 7 photographs. Doctor, I'm going to hand them to you first. If the man who visited your office is in that group, pick him up.
All right, Captain. Here, Captain. Here's this one.
All right, I'll just make a note of that number. Thank you, Doctor. Now, I'm going to shuffle these same pictures a bit and hand them to the watchman.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, see if the man who went walking with you on the night of the robbery is any one of these 7 men.
Yes, sir. I'll try, Captain.
Take your time. It's this one, Captain. I'd know him anywhere. I swear it is. Yes, give me that photograph, please. Yes, sir. Number 45682. Lou Morgan. It seems you gentlemen agree.
I knew him. I know him.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your cooperation. I'll assign the entire robbery and burglary squad to get a line on this Lou Morgan at once.
Hello?
Urban?
Yeah.
Lou Morgan. I just got back to town, Urban. I hear we did good in our deal.
Good enough.
I hear it was in 7 figures.
Yeah. So what?
Terrific. My commission ready, Urban?
An awful big chunk of dough for you, Morgan.
I get 10%, don't I? You're going to pay off.
Sure, I'm going to pay you off. How about coming around tonight? Boys will be here.
Boys?
Yeah. We're planning a little party.
Party? I don't want no party, Urban.
Don't you want what's coming to you?
I know how you work, Urban. Not doing. I ain't coming around.
I said come around here, Morgan, or I'll send the boys after you.
No, Urban. I don't want no knife in my back. Leave me be, will you? Leave me be.
Open up, Morgan. We know you're inside. Open up, Morgan.
Push the door in.
Okay. You don't seem to be here.
The closet. Keep your gun ready.
Okay, Morgan, come out of that closet or we'll shoot through the door.
Grab him.
No. Look, honest, I won't squeal. Tell us, will you? Come and keep the door. I don't want to go, honest. I don't want to go.
Swarming, Morgan.
Look, I don't want to die, please. I don't want to die. Tell everyone I'll hit the road. I don't want to go. Listen. Hey.
Who are you guys?
He didn't send you to... You're coppers.
Yes, Morgan, we're police officers. What were you saying about Urban?
Urban? I don't know any such guy.
No? Well, you told us what we want to know, Morgan. Take him downtown, Sergeant.
I got a piece of bad news for you, Urban.
Yeah, what?
We went to get Lou Morgan.
No?
The cops got there first.
What?
Nearly hooked us, too.
You gotta move fast, Joe. Round up all the boys. Have them at the hotel at 7. I'll meet you there. You split up the balance of the dough and blow. As soon as Morgan sings, Chicago's not going to be so healthy.
Sergeant Thompson speaking.
This is Captain Rogers, Sergeant. You get any more out of Morgan?
Not yet, Captain, but he'll talk inside.
We can't wait, Sergeant. As soon as word of Morgan's arrest spreads, that gang will scatter to the four winds. The loot with them.
We'll get Urban, Captain. We'll work day and night until we do.
Well, it's important to recover the loot, too, Sergeant. Hundreds of people have lost their life saving. Now, you check every place Urban's been seen. Couldn't carry $3 million around with him. Must be hidden out someplace. Find it.
Okay, Urban, wake up. Come on, wake up.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hello, Urban.
Joe,
Oh. Hiya, boys.
Yeah, I brought the boys along. You took this little room 60 miles out of town. Didn't think we could find you, huh?
Look, guys, you got this all wrong.
Yeah, you were supposed to show up at the hotel at 7 o'clock 3 days ago. Instead, you took the dough and
I'm telling you, Joe, you're wrong. I ain't got the dough.
Remember, Urban, I said I'd be the guy with the sharpest knife?
Cops were getting too close to me. I tried to reach it.
Where's the dough, Urban?
Same place it always was.
Where? Where is it?
You'll get your end this time.
We want it now. Where's the dough, Urban?
If I tell you, you'll grab the $3 million and take a walk with my split.
Where's the dough, Urban?
Hid good. Hey, what is this? Am I boss of this mob or ain't I?
You ain't, Urban. We're just stalling for time, but we want that dough quick. Go to work on it, boys. Make them tell us where it is.
No,
boys, no.
I tell you, Joe, we shouldn't have killed Urban till we got our hands on the dough. He wasn't lying about the dough being up here in this attic by the pipe. You sure? After that workout we gave him, Urban wasn't telling no lies to us. Okay, Joe. You're the boss. For now, anyhow. All right, you guys. When we go in the attic, no noise, no lights. The door's in a tin box under the floor by a pipe. Now, I don't want myself cut to pieces and dumped in a ditch like Urban. So we split the dough right here. Okay? Okay. Open the door. Quiet now. That's the corner over there. Got that crowbar ready? Yeah. Yep. Oh, sorry, Joe. Sorry up the floorboard. Easy now. You see it yet, Joe? Not yet. It's here, though. We shouldn't have knocked Urban off yet. See? What did I tell you? Here it is. Help me get the box now. Okay. What? I said no lights. Who turned them lights on? Nobody turned them on. Who turned them on? Put your hands up, everybody. Coppers. Keep them up. You're trapped. All right, Sergeant. Start putting the cuffs on them. Right, Captain. What's this all about? We found Winchell Urban's body in a ditch near Kankakee a few hours ago. So what? And Morgan told us about this house. One of the many places Urban used. When you headed here, it was quite obvious where the loot was hidden. You walked right into our trap. That Morgan, he'll get what's coming to him between the ribs. You won't be the ones to give it to him. He's got you red-handed. You're going up for a long, long time.
Lieutenant McGrath, tonight's case is an outstanding example of efficient police work. What happened to Urban's gang?
All 7 of them, Commissioner Valentine, are now serving terms ranging up to life imprisonment.
Congratulations, Lieutenant, to the Chicago Police. Even though this vicious gang staged one of the biggest robberies in criminal record, their loot did them no good, and all they got for their trouble was death or long sentences in prison.
Stay tuned for a new contest on Van Christo Radio Theater. Cyrano de Bergerac may have had the nose that launched 1,000 ships, but this fellow Schnoz became an institution along with the rest of it.
Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy, you look worried. There's something on your mind. I wonder what it is.
Hey, I just had an argument with Ziegfeld.
Ziegfeld?
Corner Broadway and 43rd.
Some corner?
You know, Ziegfeld said, do you know who I am? I said, do you know who I am?
What happened?
He said, who I am?
Yeah.
I said nothing. I was cornered.
Cornered?
But it makes no difference what I start out to say.
Why not, Jim?
Why, this is what I wish to convey.
What is it, Jimmy?
Now you know darn well I can do it out Broadway. But can Broadway do it out me?
No.
Why, Herald Square, Times Square, Columbus Circle, 96. Say, where am I? I must have passed my station.
Why, he's lost.
They must have found out at Times Square that I passed my destination.
Why?
They sent messengers all over to get me to head a celebration.
I get it.
You know, as I got off the express, some yokel pushes me into a local.
What happened?
The crowd, seeing a mistake, pulled the emergency brake and shouted,
Why, there's Jimmy that well-dressed man.
So you know darn well I can do it out Broadway. But can Broadway do it out me?
No.
Hey, fellas, you remember when Eddie Leonard got sick?
Certainly.
I'll never forget the date.
Either will I.
I'm sitting home when in comes another telegram which read...
What it read?
The only one who can replace Eddie Leonard is you.
You?
I went, and when I went, and how I went.
He's a winter.
Why, the applause was deafening as I started crooning.
It was, yes, sir. That's my baby. No, sir, I don't mean maybe.
No, that's not the song.
What was it, Jimmy boy? What was it?
For I love you, idle dear.
Doc.
Yes, sir. The famous Inka-Dinka-Doo man, Jimmy Durante, back in the days of the Clayton, Jackson, and Durante trio. Can Broadway do without me? Jimmy Durante, just one of the exciting people on this recording, which takes you back to the great moments from old-time radio. Van Christo has just obtained this album, featuring some of old-time radio's most famous stars: Will Rogers, Rudy Valley, Al Jolson, W.C. Fields. It's a living history of some of radio's greatest moments. And you can own this recording for $4.95 in check or money order to Old Time Radio, Van Christo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. Remember, when you purchase one of these recordings, you not only buy special listening pleasure for yourself, but also help ensure your continued Sunday night enjoyment of the Van Christo Radio Theater as it brings back the great radio shows of the past. Order your record tonight. $4.95 in check or money order to Old Time Radio, Van Christo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. And now our special new contest, as we promised. Now we're making it easy for you to be eligible to win a free copy of Orson Welles' famous production, The War of the Worlds. Anyone can play the Van Christo Radio Buff game. And last week, Ann Simpson of Buckman Drive in Chelmsford was among those who played, and she won. She'll soon be receiving her copy of The War of the Worlds, Orson Welles' famous radio production of H.G. Wells' classic. To be eligible to win your copy of The War of the Worlds by Orson Welles, all you have to do is send a card with your name and address to Van Christo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. That's a postcard with your name and address to Van Christo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. One winner will be drawn from all cards received, and we'll announce the winner's name next Sunday night. But hurry and send your card. That winner might be you.
Gangbusters is a Philip H. Lord production.
which comes to you by special recording every Sunday night at 8 o'clock on Van Cristo Radio Theater over WCRB.
Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Finding that imitation diamond in the crook's pocket is certainly proof that he was in on the robbery.
Certainly would be, Patsy, if I had found it there.
But you must have. I saw you take it out of his pocket.
You did. I was trying to start something.
Well, I don't understand you at all in this case, Nick. You're doing the craziest things and not getting anywhere.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, Patsy. I expect to catch the robbers before I go to bed tonight. And that's a promise.
Now, the case of the Imitation Robbery. Today's exciting adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As our story opens, Nick and Patsy are in the jewelry shop of Nelson Stroud, talking to the proprietor. It is late fall, and there's a hint of snow in the afternoon air.
The Jewelers Protective Association tells me you reported that you're being systematically robbed, Mr. Stroud.
It must have been going on for weeks, Mr. Carter. So many of my best unset stones have been stolen.
Then it wasn't from holdups, Mr. Stroud?
Holdups? No. It's a lot slicker than that.
Oh.
You see, it's like this. Day before yesterday, Saturday, I happened to see an imitation diamond in the tray with a dozen or so real diamonds. So I became suspicious.
Uh-huh.
You say you just happened to spot the phony stone?
Yes. So yesterday, Sunday, I came down to the store and checked through all the trays. And I found 29 paste stones mixed in with the real ones.
Well, how much will the 29 diamonds that are missing be worth, Mr. Stroud?
At a rough estimate in the neighborhood of $65,000.
Golly.
And you think somebody brought 29 imitation gems in here and walked out with 29 real ones?
I know it.
How does it happen none of your clerks spotted the fakes?
These fake stones are too good, Mr. Carter. That's the trouble. Here, look at this one.
Why, Nick, that looks genuine to me.
Yes. It is an excellent job, I must admit.
A close inspection would, of course, reveal them at once. But about all the clerks do as a rule is to run their eye rapidly over the tray after serving a customer and check the number of stones before putting them away.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you have any ideas how this substitution might have taken place?
I don't think. I know. Some crook or gang of crooks has come in here time after time asking to see our unset stones and palm the real ones, leaving the fakes in the tray.
Oh, but that would have taken weeks, Mr. Stroud. It couldn't be done too often. And even then, the criminal will be taking a long chance of not being recognized.
But it must have been done that way.
Oh, not necessarily. No, it looks to me as if the crook or crooks had inside help in this.
Nonsense. All three of my clerks are fine men with good references.
That remains to be seen. Show me what you have here in the store in the way of burglar alarms.
Of course. You see, there are counters on each of the three sides of the store. Each counter has an alarm buzzer under it, operated by pressing a button with your foot. Then the vault, where the unset stones are kept, has a special alarm on it.
Well, how is that operated, Mr. Stroud?
Well, if the dial that works the combinations turned back to 10 first, it automatically rings an alarm. They're all connected direct to police headquarters and the Protective Association.
Uh-huh. The unset diamonds are kept in that vault?
Yes. Here, I'll show you. There. You see, this vault is filled with little trays, only about an inch high. Each tray is numbered to identify the different grades of stone.
Oh, golly, Nick, look at that. There must be 100 trays in there.
Just about. Mr. Stroud, I think I have a plan that'll test the reaction of your clerks. Tomorrow afternoon should be a good time. I'll let you know definitely the exact hour because I'll need your cooperation.
Of course, Mr. Carter. What are you planning to do?
It's a little unconventional, but it's been done before. Now, here's the plan. About 4 o'clock, I'll send Miss Bowen here.
And Nick says he's ready for the test. So will you please disconnect the burglar alarm system?
You're sure this is necessary, Miss Bowen?
Well, you're interested in having these thefts stopped as soon as you can, aren't you?
Of course. Very well. I'll make the necessary arrangements. How long before Mr. Carter will be here?
From what he said, he should be along any minute now.
Something I can do for you, sir? Oh, a gun.
Put your hands on the counter. All three of you. And keep them there.
But
This is a stick-up. No monkey business. Hands on the counter there, you with the black hair, and quick. That's better. Now, you two. Get on the other side of the store with Goldilocks.
Now, look here. You can't...
Shut up, Goldie. And keep your trap shut. All right, you other guys, get over with Goldie, I said. And walk slow. So nobody looking in will think there's anything wrong. Okay. Now, you, Baldy.
Me?
Yeah, you. Open up that vault.
I can't. I don't know the combination.
Open the vault, I said.
But I said
For the last time, will you open up that...
All right.
Now, haul out all those trays so I can get at them. Wait a minute, Baldy. Don't be picking out just a tray with the cheap stones. I want them all.
Yes. All right.
Okay, that's enough. You can put them back now.
What?
All right, Mr. Stroud.
Well, Mr. Carter, I hope you learned something.
Yes, all three of your clerks passed with high marks, Mr. Stroud. Baldy here turned the vault dial the wrong way, which would set off the alarm. The other two stepped on their alarm buzzers. I watched their feet.
Then if the alarms had been connected, there would have been 3 separate alarms rung in headquarters, Nick.
Right, Patsy. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stroud, you better connect the alarm system again, just in case.
Mr. Stroud, what's been going on here? I don't get it.
This is Mr. Nick Carter of the Jewelers Protective Association. He just wanted to be sure you boys were on your toes in case of real trouble. You through now, Mr. Carter?
All through, thanks.
Then let's get back to my office. You can put the trays back, boys.
It's all right.
This all seems very silly to me, Mr. Carter. Did you really learn anything from that little stunt?
I did. Who's the young fellow with the blonde hair?
That's my nephew, Bill Devlin.
And the middle-aged man with the bald head?
Well, that's Arthur Ryan. Been here for 6 years. Darn good clerk.
And who's the good-looking chap with the black hair slicked down so neatly?
Chap by the name of Robert Hill. He's new here, but as far as I know, he's absolutely okay. I called the firm he's been with, and they gave him excellent references.
Maybe so. But he instinctively reached for a gun in a shoulder holster when I first drew my guns. Nothing against him yet, of course, but I'd keep an eye on him.
Well, maybe he's used to having a job where he needed protection, Nick.
Entirely possible, Patsy. I wouldn't want to say until I knew more about him.
You said yesterday you thought this was an inside job, Mr. Carter. Well, I think now that you're wrong.
What do you mean, now?
I'll show you. Here. I found this under the silverware counter this morning.
That's so. Well.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Wad of chewing gum, Patsy. And there's a diamond inside it.
Diamond in a hunk of chewing gum?
Yes. It's an old game. Crook comes in, palms an unset stone, and when the clerk's not looking, sticks the stone to the underside of the counter in the chewing gum.
Huh.
Then, a few days later, he comes in, scrapes the gum off, and walks out. That way, if the stone's missed when he steals it, he can submit to a search, and there's nothing on him.
And I bet that's how all 29 of my stones disappeared.
It's possible, Mr. Stroud, but I doubt it. I still think it's an inside job. And I'll tell you what...
Uncle Max, you said to let you know if anybody I'd seen before came in to look at unset stones.
That's right, I did. Why?
Well, there's a man out there now who's been in at least twice before. Ryan's waiting on him.
Any way I can get a look at him from in here, Mr. Stroud?
Yes, I have a secret panel here that lets me watch the store without being seen. Right here.
Good. You mean that tall, thin man in the brown suit, Devlin?
Yeah, that's the one.
I think, Mr. Stroud, I'll have a talk with that gentleman.
Oh, now be careful, Mr. Carter. I don't want a lawsuit on my hands.
Well, Morgan, interested in diamonds?
Huh? Oh, Nick Carter.
Mind stepping into the office a minute, Morgan? I'd like to have a word with you.
Look, why don't you mind your own business, Carter? I'm minding mine.
I'd like to help you mind yours. This won't take but a minute. And I think you better do as I suggest.
Okay, Copper. If there's any funny business, I'm telling you.
Save it, Morgan. Right in here.
Look, I don't know what right you got to drag me in here like this.
A lot of diamonds have been taken out of this store lately without being paid for. You've been in here several times to look at unset stones. So I just want to see if any of those stones have stuck to your fingers. Wouldn't be the first time.
Well, you cheap two-foot
Now, look
nickel
here,
copper.
Carter. We simply can't go...
We can in this
case. Morgan's long record at headquarters makes me very suspicious. All right, stand still, Morgan, while I see what you have in your pocket.
I'll sue you for this. I'll sue the store, too. See if I
Well, what's this?
Huh?
Here in your vest pocket.
A diamond.
So he is... I never saw that before. I swear.
Now, will you confess, or must
I never
take
saw that before. Look, there's something wrong, I tell you.
Yes, something is. Let me see that stone. Certainly. Here you are.
I thought so. It's a fake.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. And I still say I never saw that thing before. But it don't make no difference now, see? You can't arrest a man for having an imitation diamond in his pocket.
No, Morgan, you're quite right. You can't. You can go now.
I'm going fast enough, but I ain't through with this. I'm going to sue this store. You'll hear from my lawyer later.
But you can't let him go like this. Genuine or imitation, he's at the bottom of this. Yes, I think you're right, Mr. Stroud.
Then why did you let him go, Nick? Finding that imitation diamond in his pocket is proof, isn't it?
Well, yes, it would be, if I'd found it there.
What? You mean you didn't?
No, I put it there and then pretended to find it.
What?
The fake stone Mr. Stroud showed me yesterday.
I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Carter. This is all Greek to me.
Yes, Nick. What in heaven's name are you doing? Playing games?
Why, Patsy, you know me better than that.
Well, I thought I did.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Stroud, didn't you tell me none of your clerks knew of these thefts?
That's right. I left the fake stones in the trays where I found them.
Well, if you were so sure this wasn't an inside job, why didn't you want the clerks to know about the loss?
Well, you see... Well, it was really only when I found that wad of chewing gum under the counter that I finally decided it was an outside job.
I see. Well, in that case, I believe I'll search your clerks before they go home tonight.
What?
May turn up something. What time do you close?
5:30, but I...
5:30 now, or 5 o'clock now, rather, so I guess I'll wait, if you don't mind.
I don't like it, but I guess you'll do it anyway. Go ahead, wait if you want to.
Better take your overcoat off, Nick. It's pretty warm in here.
Thanks, Patsy. I'll do that. Might as well be comfortable as we can while we're waiting.
They ought to be through in the store by now. I told them to come in here when they were ready to go home.
I can wait.
I still say this is the craziest way to find out...
You wanted to see us, Uncle Max?
No, I did. Gentlemen, a number of unset diamonds have been stolen from the store recently. Mr. Stroud says you're all okay, but just as a matter of routine, I'd like to search each of you before you leave tonight. Any objections? All right, Devlin, I'll take you first. You're clean. Now you, Hill.
Yes, sir.
Nothing on you? All right, Ryan, you're next. Right? You can go now. Thank you. All right.
Oh, Nick, that was the silliest exhibition I've ever seen you give. Why, those men could have a dozen stones concealed in their clothes. You'd never have found them.
The girl's right. That was no search at all, and you didn't really think one of them would be fool enough to try to walk out of here tonight of all nights with a diamond hidden on him?
Perhaps I was looking for something else.
Huh?
Something else. Did you find it?
I won't know till later, Patsy.
Oh, for goodness sake.
I'll go and see that everything's locked up for the night. If you'll excuse me.
Now, I get the names and addresses of those clerks before I go. Oh, where did I put my pencil? Had it earlier this afternoon?
Maybe it's in your overcoat pocket, Nick.
Maybe. I'll have a look anyway. Well.
Nick, you're looking in the wrong coat. That's Mr. Stroud's coat.
Yes. So I've just discovered. And look here.
Diamonds. 2 beautiful diamonds.
Yes. And these aren't phonies. They're the real thing.
They were in Mr. Stroud's coat?
Yes, Betsy. 2 genuine unset diamonds in Mr. Stroud's overcoat pocket.
now back to the case of the Imitation Robbery. Today's exciting adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It's a few minutes after Nick found the 2 real diamonds in the overcoat pocket of Mr. Stroud, the jeweler, and Stroud has just returned to his office and is locking up the store for the night.
Anything else, Mr. Carter?
Yes, just one more thing, Mr. Stroud. Will you give me the addresses of your 3 clerks?
There they are on that phone list.
Oh, yes. Copy them down for me, will you, Patsy?
Of course, Nick.
And will you let me look in your vault once more before we go, Mr. Stroud?
I suppose so. But I'd like to get home sometime tonight.
You'd like to stop the robberies, too, wouldn't you?
Naturally. By the way you're going at it, I can't see... There you are. Now what?
I'm going to pull out certain of these drawers of unset stones. This, these 2, this, and these 2. Now, Mr. Stroud, will you tell me, please, whether or not there are any phony stones in any of the drawers I have not pulled out?
Let me see. I know you pulled out every tray that has a fake stone in it. How did you know?
I have a good memory, Mr. Stroud. You can close the vault now.
Ready to go, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, all set.
Good.
How could you tell which trays had the phonies in them, Mr. Carter?
Those 7 trays are the ones Ryan pulled out first when I pretended to rob the place.
Well, that shows he's a good man. Wanted to get rid of the bad stones and keep the good ones if he could.
Well, that's really clever.
Now, look, I don't want to hurry you, Mr. Carter, but I'd like to get my dinner. If you need me, you can reach me at Deal's Restaurant. I eat there every night. Well, that is, unless you'd care to join me.
No, thanks, Mr. Stroud. I have something else to do right now. Come on, Patsy.
All right with you, Nick.
After you, mademoiselle.
Oh, merci, monsieur.
Expect any results in the near future, Mr. Carter?
I do. In the very near future.
I hope so. Well, good night.
Good night.
Get in touch with me when you have anything definite.
Good night. It certainly doesn't sound very optimistic, Nick. And I can't say I blame him much. The way you've been acting today. It isn't like you, Nick.
Well, this case isn't like any other either, Patsy. It's always a good idea to fit your methods to what you're trying to do. Well, good night. I'll see you in the morning.
What? You're not going back to the office?
No, indeed. I expect to finish up this case this evening. I have something else I want to do tomorrow.
Darkest hole. Wish they'd put that doggone light switch
Don't turn on the lights.
That you, Morgan?
Yeah.
She gave me a scare. For a minute, I thought you were a
cop. Well, you're getting scared at last, are you? It's about time. Been trying to tell you we can't keep this up forever, but no, you knew it all. Now look where we are.
What are you doing here? Why'd you come here to my apartment?
I came here for my share of lice. I'm through. Washed up. After what happened in Stroud's office today, I ain't sticking around.
What did happen?
That copper, Nick Carter, searched me.
But so what? He didn't find anything, did he? That's the beauty of the way we got this racket fixed. They can search any time they like and find nothing.
You know so much, Ryan. Carter did find something.
What?
He found a fake diamond in my vest pocket.
You blundering fool. Why the devil did you have one of
I didn't have it. Carter planted it on me. I was framed.
Framed? Why?
I don't know. But I do know he wouldn't have framed me if he wasn't on me. Now on, I'll be watched like a hawk, so I'm leaving town on the first train out.
Anybody follow you here?
Not a chance. A bloodhound couldn't have trailed me the way I came here. And I climbed up the fire escape in the back, and I got in through the kitchen window. And I ain't had a light in here either, in case somebody might be watching from the next door roof, maybe.
I hope you're right, Morgan.
Don't worry. You're in the clear. But I ain't, see? So I'm getting out of here as soon as I get my half of the stuff. Can you find it in the dark?
Sure. I can find it all right with the lights off, but a dozen detectives couldn't find it with the lights on. In the base of this lamp right here. Very cleverly concealed in a hollow special wall. They packed in cotton so you can shake the thing, not
Nah, come on. Never mind the lecture. Let's have the stones.
I've got to get them first, don't I? There they are. I ain't count them.
Let me see. There ought to be 28 of them. 29 we got away with when we left in the gum for a phony clue.
Yeah, I'm going to have to have some light to see how we're dividing them. I'll get a blanket.
If you want some light, I'll give it to
what
you. How's this?
Nick Carter.
Oh, the deuce.
Don't let my gun scare you. You play pretty, I won't have to use it. But if you get rough, so do I.
Okay, Carter. What do you want?
So a dozen detectives couldn't find the diamonds, huh, Baldy? I thought you'd have them hidden away pretty well, so I've been waiting in the bedroom until you found them for me.
You mean you was here when
Morgan, you passed within 2 feet of me when you came in.
I wish I'd have known you was here.
I don't doubt it. Well, boys, that was a very interesting conversation I heard you two having. You can put it in writing later when we go down and see Sergeant Matheson. He'll be very happy.
Get him, Ryan. Yeah. Oh, you want to play? All right. How you? Come on. Watch yourself, for you. All right.
Didn't want to shoot you guys if I didn't have to. And it looks as if I didn't have to.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Hi, Matty. Nick, got a couple of crooks for you. You want them for a Christmas present?
Sure, I want him. Tell me more, Santa Claus. Tell me more.
All right, send a squad car up to 1753 North Garvin Street.
And now we return to Nick Carter. As we pick up our story, we find Nick and Patsy at headquarters in Matty's office. Mr. Stroud, the jeweler, has come down to identify the stolen gems.
You're sure these are the diamonds stolen from your store, Mr. Stroud? As near as I can identify unset stones, I'm sure. But there are only 28 here. 29 were stolen.
Well, you forget the one you found in the wad of chewing gum.
Oh, of course, Mr. Carter. I didn't think of that.
Did those 2 men confess, Sergeant?
Yep, got everything down in black and white now. Nick knocked all the fight out of them. I seem to have been all wrong in my opinion of your ability, Mr. Carter. I apologize. I thought you were just fooling around today.
Well, I almost thought that myself, but knowing Nick, I should have had more faith in him.
Look, Nick, don't fool around without he's got some idea in mind. But you have to admit, Mr. Carter, you would have been stuck if this accomplice of Ryan's, this Morgan fella, hadn't come into the store while you were there.
Well, that was a help, certainly, but I could have got along without him. How do you suppose I happened to be in Ryan's flat in the first place?
What? I suppose you trailed him there.
Oh, wrong, Mr. Stroud. I beat him there. I was waiting for him when he got there.
But how could you do that? Nick, you ain't told me the whole story now.
The fake holdup told me all about that clerk, Ryan.
Well, go on, Nick. Give out no secret.
Yeah, come on.
Well, I told you that Ryan started pulling out certain trays of diamonds from the vault before I made him pull them all out.
Uh-huh.
Later, when I pulled out those same 7 trays, Mr. Stroud, you told me those were the trays that contained all the phony stones.
Yes, that's right. I told you that he was trying to be sure that if any diamonds were stolen, it would be the fake ones.
But you forget, at that time, none of the clerks were supposed to know there were any fake stones. So he could only know where they were if he himself had put them there.
Well, of course, Nick. It's so simple when you tell it.
His real idea was to get rid of the phony stones before they were discovered, if possible.
But it couldn't have been Ryan. You searched him and found nothing.
Mr. Stroud, you really wouldn't expect him to walk out of there with a diamond on him when he knew he might be searched any time, would you?
No.
No, he was too clever for that.
Well, for the love of Pete, who did take them out of the store? It couldn't have been Morgan, could it? That would have been just as dangerous.
Quite right, Matty, quite right. Neither of them carried them out.
Huh?
Mr. Stroud took the stones out for them.
Now, look here, Carter. If you're insinuating that I...
Easy, Mr. Stroud. I'm not saying you knew you were taking them out.
Huh?
Now, here's what happened. Morgan came in the store every few days, always being sure Ryan was free to wait on him. He gave Ryan the phony stones. Ryan substituted them for the genuine ones. Then put the real stones in your overcoat pocket.
What?
Nick, you mean those stones you found there this afternoon were put there by Ryan?
Exactly, Patsy.
What?
When Mr. Stroud had dinner in that restaurant he said he went to every night, he hung his overcoat on a hook.
Yeah.
And Morgan, an expert pickpocket, picked the stones out of his overcoat pocket.
Oh.
In that way, neither Morgan or Ryan had the stones on them at a time when they might be searched.
Huh. No wonder I never felt them in my pocket while I was on my way to the restaurant.
You wear heavy gloves, don't you?
Oh, yes.
And you put them on as soon as you leave the store, don't you?
I do.
Well, see, practically no risk. Diamonds aren't very big in an overcoat pocket, you know.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Stroud, here are 2 diamonds that I found in your overcoat pocket this afternoon while I was waiting in your office. Morgan must have been surprised when he searched your pocket for them tonight and didn't find them.
Well, thanks, Mr. Carter. You seem to have taken care of everything.
If Morgan hadn't waited to try to get those diamonds from you as you left tonight, I might not have been able to beat him to Ryan's room. But he did. And I did.
There's one more thing, Nick. You said when you held up the store that Ryan turned the dial on the vault the wrong way so as to set off the alarm. Well, why should he do that if he really wanted the fake stone stolen?
Patsy had nothing to lose. He knew the other two men had already pressed the foot buzzers and sounded the alarm that way. And it was safer for him to do it the way he ought to in case either of the other clerks was watching him.
Oh, I gotta admit it, Nick. You're a wonder. I suppose you planted the fake stone on Morgan like you did so as to put him on his guard and start him worrying, huh?
That's the answer, Matty.
Oh.
There's an old saying, you remember. When thieves fall out, honest men get their chance.
Yeah.
Well, these two thieves decided to fall out when they saw what was up. And Mr. Stroud, an honest man, gets his diamonds back, which is as it should be.
Quite a tale, Nick. What happened to Ryan and Morgan?
They were brought to trial, Bob, and sentenced to spend many long years behind bars. And believe me, they'll be a lot older than they are now when they get out.
Glad to hear it. But what about the clerk who reached for his gun during the fake holdup? Did you ever find out about him?
Oh, yes. It seems that he used to be in the state police out west when he was younger. Really very simple when you know the answer, as Patsy says.
Now, what can you tell us about the adventure that Old Dutch Clench is going to bring us next week?
Oh, Bob, it's the story of what...
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. Colds are spreading. Ladies and gentlemen, be on your guard. Be careful. The so-called common cold may be the start of more serious illness. At the first sign of a cold, take famous bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets act fast and decisively to relieve the misery of a cold. They help reduce the fever of a cold. They give you the results you want in the quick time you want. Yes, at the very first sign of a cold, let it be bromoquinine cold tablets. Now here we are again in Dr. Watson's cozy book-lined study. Outside, the winter winds howl in the bare branches. But inside, there's warmth and the cheerful light of an open fire and the promise of an excellent story to listen to. Well, Dr. Watson, what's the story to be tonight?
Let me see. I promised you the one about the Three Garridebs, didn't I?
Yes, I believe you did. Garrideb, that's a funny name, Dr. Watson.
There's a touch of comedy about that adventure. Although it cost one man his freedom, and me rather severe bloodletting.
Well, it must have been an exciting affair.
Exciting enough, Mr. Manning. And surprising, too, in a way. As a matter of fact, it was during the course of that adventure that I found out that Holmes was really rather attached to me. Yes, if I hadn't had that bullet wound, I doubt if I should ever have guessed the depth and loyalty and affection that lay behind the cold mask of him. Bless him. As I was saying, it was during the latter part of November in the year 1902, I think it was. Holmes had spent several days in bed, as he had it from time to time, and he was so bored with life's commonplaces that he didn't consider it worthwhile to get up. That morning, however, the early mail must have contained something interesting. For Holmes emerged from his bedroom in time for breakfast. A long, foolscap document in his hand, and a twinkle of amusement in his austere grey eyes.
Sausages for breakfast, eh? Watson, you're taking more than your share.
I have not. 6 for you and 6 for me. What's the matter with that?
Your waistline, Watson. That's what's the matter. Yes, 4 for you and 8 for me. That would be a fairer division, I think.
Rubbish. What's that piece of paper you've got in your hand, Holmes?
A rather amazing document, Watson. Here's a chance for you to make some money.
Really? How?
By finding a Garrideb.
What is it?
A Garrideb.
And what is that? The name of some rare and curious animal?
Well, I suppose you might call it that. Garrideb is a family name, my dear Watson. Heaven knows it's rare and curious enough.
You can lay your hands on one. There's quite a tidy sum of money in it.
Holmes, what are you blathering about?
It seems to be a long story and rather whimsical, too. But we shall interview the fellow himself presently, so I won't open up the matter till we see him. In the meantime, you might try and find the name in the London directory, will you?
Waste of time. It won't be there. A name like that.
Ah, you never know, Watson. You never know.
Oh, well. Garrideb?
Garrideb. Garrideb.
Well, let's have a look. D-E-F-G, you are. Gabby, Garrington, Garfinkel, Gayfellow.
Yes, you passed it, Watson. You passed it.
Kidinski, Oh, yes, this is in the house. Garrideb? Gary, yes, by Jove, here it is. Garrideb, N, All Rider Street, London, W. This must be the man you want.
Sorry to disappoint you, Watson, but that's the man who sent me this communication. We want another Garrideb to match him.
Oh, there isn't another in the director. That's certain.
Come in. Oh, Mrs. Hudson, good morning. You're looking blooming this morning, isn't she, Watson?
Oh, go on, Mr. Holmes. You and your blonde. There's a gentleman downstairs asking to see you. I told him I didn't know if he was receiving so early in the day.
What's he look like?
Oh, he's short and powerful. Past 40, I should say, Mr. Holmes. And his face is round and fresh-looking. Kind of chubby and childlike. But his eyes is bright and keen enough.
Excellent, Mrs. Hudson. You're almost as good an observer as I am myself. Cause for professional jealousy there, eh, Watson?
Oh, there you go again, sir. Well, here's his card. Am I to send him up?
By all means.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Who is he, Holmes? What's his name?
Garrideb.
And Garrideb?
No. This one was christened John, it seems. Here's his card.
Oh, let's have a look. John Garrideb, lawyer, Moreville, Kansas, USA. Oh, American. Well, that's splendid. What a coincidence. So this is the fellow you're looking for?
No, I'm afraid you must make yet another effort, Watson. But this gentleman is already in the plot, though. He is the individual mentioned in Mr. N. Garrideb's letter, although I admit I hardly expected to see him this morning. Come in. Come in.
Which one of you is Sherlock Holmes?
I am. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Watson, Mr. John Garrideb of Kansas, USA.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Holmes, you had a letter from Mr. Nathan Garrideb, didn't you?
Why, yes. I was just mentioning it to Dr. Watson. But won't you sit down, Mr. John Garrideb? I fancy we have a good deal to discuss.
Well, that all depends on how you look at it. Right now, I can't for the life of me see.
Quite, yes. Your card says that you're an American, Mr. Garrideb. But surely you have been in England for some time.
Where'd you get that idea?
Well, your whole outfit is English. The shoulder cut of your coat, the toes of your boots.
Well, I declare, you sure are observant, Mr. Holmes.
Quite.
Had no idea I looked so much like a Britisher. You see, the truth of the matter is this. Business brought me over here some time ago. So, well, by now my outfit's nearly all London. We're not here to discuss the cut of my socks, I guess. My time's pretty well taken up, so let's get down to that letter Mr. Nathan Garrideb sent you.
By all means. What I can't understand is why he didn't come with you.
What I can't understand is why he had to drag you into this at all. Now, where in thunder do you come in? Here's a bit of business between two gentlemen, and he has to go call in a busy detective, I mean. When I saw him this morning and he told me the fool trick he'd played, I was almost mad enough to call the whole deal off.
Yeah, but you thought better of it later on, eh, Mr. Garrideb?
Well, yes, but I still feel kind of upset about it all the same.
Oh, come now, Mr. Garrideb. You mustn't be so sensitive. There's no reflection on you in Mr. Nathan Garrideb's letter. He's simply eager to hasten the results that you're both anxious to bring about, and so, knowing that I have means of getting information, well, he naturally applied to me.
Oh, well, that kind of puts it different. Yes, I didn't understand. I don't want the police butting into a private matter.
No, of course not.
But if you're willing to just help us find the man, I guess there's no harm in that.
Oh, absolutely. And now that you're here, might we have an account of the matter from your own lips? I regret to say Mr. Nathan Garrideb's enthusiasm has made his letter a trifle vague. Neither Dr. Watson nor I know very much about the details.
What does he have to know?
Oh, yes. We usually work together.
Well, I guess it's all right then. Well, if you'd come from Kansas, I wouldn't need to explain to you who Alexander Hamilton Garrideb was. Made his money in real estate. Afterwards, on the wheat pit in Chicago. He had no kith or kin as far as I could ever find out. But he took a kind of pride in the queerness of his name. I was in law in Topeka at the time he looked me up. Tickled to death to find someone with the same name. It was his pet fad, and he was dead set to find out if there were any more Garridebs in the world. Find me another, and I'll make it worth your while. Well, Mr. Holmes, I was a busy man. Besides, I thought he was joking. There was a powerful lot of meaning in those words, as things turned out.
In what way?
Well, next thing I heard, he died and left a will behind. The queerest will ever filed in the state of Kansas, I guess. Divided his property into 3 parts, and I was to have one of them on condition I found 2 other adult male Garridebs for the other shares. $5 million for each of us in percent.
Oh, bless him. What a terrific amount.
Watson, please.
Well, sir, it's so big a chance, I just let my law practice slide and started looking for Garridebs. Let me tell you, there's not one to be found in the USA.
Really?
Yes, sir, and I've gone over it from top to bottom. Well, then I decided to try the old country. Sure enough, there was the name, big as life, in the London directory.
Mr. Nathan Garrideb, in fact.
Yes. Well, I went to see him about 2 days ago and explained how things stood. As luck could have it, he's a lone man like myself with some women relations, but no men. See, we still have a vacancy. And if you'll help me fill it, we'll be more than ready to pay your charges.
Mr. Garrideb, I should have thought the obvious way was to advertise in the agony columns of the daily papers.
Lord bless you, I have. Got no reply.
That's rather curious and interesting. I shall certainly have to take a go at it in my leisure time. By the way, it's quite a coincidence that you used to practice law in Topeka. I used to have a correspondent there. He's dead now, poor chap. Old Dr. Lysander Starr, who was mayor in 1890.
Good old Dr. Starr, yes, indeed. His name is still on it. Well, Mr. Holmes, I suppose all we can do now is sort of report to each other from time to time how things are getting on. I won't take up any more of your attention. Good morning, gentlemen. Delighted to have made your acquaintance.
The pleasure is all ours, I assure you.
Yeah. Well, goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, sir. Well, Holmes?
I'm wondering, Watson, just wondering.
Wondering? But what?
What on earth could be the object of that fellow selling us such a rigmarole of lies?
Lies? What do you mean?
Touch him where you will, Watson. He's false. In the first place, he says that he's only lately landed in London, and yet his English frock coat is bagged at the elbows and plaited to the cuffs with at least a year's wear.
By Jove.
Secondly, there have been no advertisements in the agony column, my dear Watson. You know how carefully I scan them. They are my favorite covert for putting up a bird, and I would never have overlooked such a cock pheasant as that. And lastly, I never knew a Dr. Lysander Starr of Topeka. Purely a figment of my imagination.
Well, I'm
gay. He's American, all right. I'd swear he's a complex and ingenious rascal as well. What's his name, do you suppose? What motive lies behind this preposterous search for Garrideb?
Okay, Holmes, you suppose Mr. Nathan Garrideb was a fraud as well?
That, my dear Watson, is what we've just found out. His letter begs us to visit him in his lodgings in Little Ryder Street at 5 this afternoon. I think we shall accept.
Holmes, look here. What is it to trap?
Well, what if it is, my dear Watson? What if it is?
In a moment, we will rejoin Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson as they pursue their search for Garrideb. Ladies and gentlemen, be careful of the so-called common cold. It may quickly turn into something else. Act quickly, act prudently. At the first sign of a cold, take bromoquinine cold tablets. Bromoquinine tablets quickly relieve a cold. They relieve the distress of a cold. They help reduce the fever of a cold. Bromoquinine tablets are effective for 2 very good reasons. First, they're made especially for the relief of cold. Specialized medication, in other words. Second, they work internally. They get out of cold distress from the inside, which is the way you want. Be businesslike in your treatment of a cold misery. Take a businesslike preparation. Bromoquinine tablets. You can get these famous tablets at any drugstore in America, a few cents a box. Be sure you ask for Bromo, B-R-O-M-O, quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets.
Yes, Watson, this should be the house. Large, old-fashioned. Georgian architecture, I should say, by the 2 deep bay windows on the ground floor. Yes. Those should be Mr. Nathan Garrideb's rooms.
Yes, with his name on the small brass plate.
Placed in there for some years, Watson.
Huh? What of it?
It means Garrideb is his real name at any rate. Ring the bell, will you? There's a good fellow. Yes. This isn't what you might term a collection of residential flats, but rather the abode of Bohemian bachelors, judging by the number of nameplates. Come. Tall, loose-jointed, elderly chap. In the middle 60s, I should say. Yes, and yes, 90.
You can't see him. How can you tell?
By his footsteps.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes. You are Mr. Nathan Garrideb, I believe? Allow me, my friend, Dr. Watson.
Like it. Please step inside, gentlemen. This way. I apologize for opening the door myself. But the woman in charge goes home far. In here, please.
Well, this is a surprise. Dear Mr. Garrideb, I had no idea that you were a collector.
Well, yes, Mr. Holmes, I suppose I am in a small way.
Quite a museum, indeed. Butterflies, moths, coins, mosses, fossil bones, and these excellent plaster skulls. Neanderthal, Heidelberg, Cro-Magnon.
Yes, I am a student in many subjects. And there is so much to learn, Mr. Holmes. The lifetime's all too short. Look at this coin. My latest acquisition.
Very fine. Curriculum of the best period.
Yes, indeed. They deteriorated greatly towards the end. But at their best, I hold them supreme, although some prefer the Alexandrian school.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear me, I'm forgetting my duties as a host. Please sit down, gentlemen. Just a moment, Mr. Holmes. I'll remove the bones from this chair. There. Now, yes. And you, Dr. Watson, if you have the goodness to put that gentleman in these bars on that side, I think that chair over there will hold you. Yes, Mr. Holmes. My doctor lectures me about always staying in my room and never going out. But why should I? My interests are centered here in this room of mine. I assure you, my cataloging alone takes up most of my time.
Yes, I can well imagine.
Now and then I drive down to Sotheby's or Christie's when something comes into the market. Something that I can afford, that is.
Yes, I understand. This curious legacy must be a welcome surprise, Mr. Garrideb.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. The new Ann Delafield Reducing Plan is a good example. This plan is one of our druggists' most popular sales items. It helps you lose quickly, easily, up to 5 pounds a week, and where it shows. No wonder our customers like it. It's the work of famous health and beauty expert Ann Delafield, who has successfully reduced more overweight people than any other expert alive. That's why you can be sure of a safe, sound, scientific plan with no drugs, no calorie counting. You get vitamins, special appetite-reducing wafers, and a big beauty book to guide you. See how easy it is to be slim. Ask about the Ann Delafield Reducing Plan at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
If it ain't Richard Diamond, the smiling gumshoe.
Well, if it ain't Sergeant Otis, the laughing hyena. The Lieutenant N.
Yeah, go on in and spoil his afternoon.
You know, Otis, I think you've got the kindest, most wonderful face in the whole wide world.
You do?
Absolutely. But I do wish you'd do me a favor.
Well, sure, anything.
Stop wearing it upside down. Hello, Walt.
Hello, Rick. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. What's doing?
Want a sandwich?
I'll take some of that coffee.
Sure. Something on your mind, Rick?
No, just got tired of sitting around the office.
No business?
Not in a week. Got any sugar?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Here. Yeah, Otis?
Lieutenant, I got some guy on the phone who won't give me his name. Says he wants to talk to you. Matter of life and death.
Okay, put him on.
Right.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
I'm going to say this once, so listen carefully. Tonight, somewhere in New York City, I'm going to kill a man, and there's nothing you can do about it.
What?
Promptly at 8 o'clock, somewhere in this city, I'm going to kill a man.
Hello?
Something wrong?
Some guy says he's going to kill somebody at 8 o'clock tonight.
Oh, dandy.
Frank.
Did he say who his victim was going to be?
No, just a crank.
I should have humored him. Made suggestions. My landlord, for instance.
Be a little gruesome if he really did it.
Yeah. You'd have a hard time protecting 8 million people from a killer you don't know anything about.
Hope it was just a crank. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
If that guy calls back, put him through and trace the call.
Right.
It sure would be miserable if that call was on the level.
Oh, relax. I'll have some more coffee. I had some more coffee. Walt worried a little, not a lot, because the big precinct caters to a good number of cranks every day. We talked about old times, and around 6, I matched Walt for dinner. He stuffed himself at the automat until I ran out of change and begged for mercy. Then he dropped me off at my flat on 53rd and went back to the precinct. I showered, shaved, slipped into my blue suit, and headed for the door. Yeah?
Do me a favor, will you, Rick?
You got to stop stuffing yourself, Walt. You sound like you got indigestion.
I'm down at the morgue. Meet me here, please.
Oh, now look, I got a date with a live one.
I'm in on the start of some trouble. It's liable to grow. That guy who called made good. He stabbed a man to death on Broadway at 8 o'clock.
Here he is, Lieutenant.
Hello, Walt.
Hi, Rick. Thanks for coming down. Okay, Hal.
Who is he? Or, who was he?
Brother identified him. Abraham Weiss. Stabbed in the heart from behind with a long, thin instrument.
On Broadway at 8 o'clock.
That's right. A dozen people saw him stagger to the curb and fall. Most of them just thought he was drunk.
You think your boy on the phone did it?
8 o'clock, right on the nose. Whoever did it must have walked up behind him, jabbed him just below the left shoulder blade, and kept on walking.
What do you want me for, Walt?
If this guy on the phone did kill Abraham Weiss and we can't find a motive, that's a little more than a simple killing. We may be mixed up with a madman.
Oh, so I qualify in that league.
You're one of the few guys who really is interested in criminal psychology.
Well, I think it's the answer. You can't stop something unless you know the cause.
Will you give me a hand, Rick?
Sure.
I've got Weiss's family at the station.
Let's go see them.
Why, Lieutenant? Why did this happen to Abe?
That's what we're going to try and find out, Mrs. Weiss. We were hoping you might help us.
Oh, he didn't have any enemies. He was a good man. We have 3 children. I left them with Mrs. Bellotti, my neighbor. It's going to be hard on them.
You're sure your husband didn't know it?
No. He didn't have any enemies. He was a good husband and a good father. Everybody liked him. Why, only last week, Mrs. Dowd up the street from us.
We'd like a list of your brother's friends, Miss Weiss, where he worked, people he had business with, anyone you can remember who might give us a lead.
Been sitting out there thinking about that. There just isn't anyone that I know would want to kill Abe. He was a good guy, did his job, took care of Louise and the kids. He didn't bother nobody.
How long were Louise and Abe married?
6 years, maybe a little more.
Nice girl, Louise.
Oh, the best. A good wife.
What happens to her now?
I'll take care of her.
You're not married, huh?
No.
Quite a job taking care of a widow and 3 kids.
I'm doing all right. It's the least I can do.
You got a girl?
Yeah, why?
Maybe you're going to get married, huh?
Well, I'm engaged. I've been thinking about it. It'll have to wait for a while, I guess. Until Louise gets back on her feet.
Okay. Tell us about some of your brother's friends.
Well, I guess his best friend was Art Brearley. They was awful close for years.
He told us about everyone he could think of. Gave us a dozen names and addresses we could check. Like Louise, Martin couldn't figure why anyone would want to kill Abraham Weiss. The next was Mrs. Rebecca Weiss, tired, the hurt in her eyes enough for all the mothers who had raised a son and lost him.
We'll try not to keep you too long, Mrs. Weiss.
It's all right, Lieutenant. You want to help.
Would you like a glass of water?
No. When will I be able to see my son? It's right that I should see my son.
A few questions first, if you don't mind.
I know you're trying to help. Just a few questions. As many as you like, Lieutenant.
Not long with Mrs. Rebecca Weiss. Nothing that would help to catch her son's killer. So we checked the people who had known Abraham, and there were plenty. His boss gave us a few more names to add to the long list. All of them friends who couldn't imagine why anyone would want to kill a nice guy like Abe. At 7:30 the next morning, Walt looked at reports and poured more coffee.
Here. I'll put sugar in it.
Thanks.
If that phone call was on the level, why would a guy kill like that? Call us and tell us he was going to do it. What'd be his reason?
Well, couldn't guess. But if that guy who called did do the killing, you can bet he'll phone again.
Why?
Well, he bragged he was going to do it. He'll want the credit.
Well, I gotta get some rest. A couple hours anyway.
Let's both get a couple. Yeah?
Sorry.
That doesn't matter. Lousy dream. What time is it?
5 o'clock.
Oh, I died, didn't I?
Our boy called again.
Oh? You trace it?
Phone booth in Grand Central.
What do you have to say?
Not much. Wanted to know how he liked his handiwork.
What's a good answer to that one?
Well, I said a few things, but I guess he figured we weren't satisfied, so he promised he'd kill somebody else tonight. Hello, Rick. Seen the papers?
No.
Here.
Fiend terrorizes city. Unknown killer murders at will. Police baffled.
Everybody's on my back.
Exactly what did he say?
You want to hear? I made a recording.
Let's hear it.
Okay, Otis, put him on.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
What do you think now, Lieutenant? I did what I said I was going to do, didn't I?
Look, who is this?
The man who called yesterday and said he was going to kill someone at 8 o'clock last night.
I don't believe it.
Well, certainly you do. You'd like to stall so you can have this call traced. Well, you'd better listen. I want everybody to know just how stupid the police force really is. I'm going to kill again tonight, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Look, you, whoever you are, if it's the last thing I ever do, I'll...
Tonight at 8, another innocent victim will die because the police can do nothing about it.
Hello? Hello? Otis! The call came from a phone booth in Grand...
He said another innocent victim.
Yeah, so he's a nut. For some reason, he hates the police force. There's your motive.
Well, I guess it's possible, but something sticks in my craw.
Yeah? What?
8 o'clock. Why pick 8 o'clock both times?
Well, I guess, like you said, he wants the credit. We're liable to get a couple of killings in an evening. He wants us to be sure which one he did.
Okay, so he makes it 8 o'clock the first time. Why the second? Why not 6 or 7 or 10 or...
Just following a pattern, I guess.
Maybe so. Well, what'll we do?
I got every man possible on the streets. But, Rick, let's face it, this is a pretty big city. And it's 6-2 and even. If he does kill again, it won't be anywhere near the scene of his first stabbing.
I guess we just wait.
Yeah. A little over an hour to go.
So we waited. Walt got the coffee going, and I went to a whole package of cigarettes. Somewhere in the middle of New York, probably on a crowded street, a man was walking, waiting like we were for 8 o'clock, waiting to stab someone through the heart, waiting for 8 o'clock.
Want coffee?
No.
Give me a cigarette.
You don't smoke.
Want a bet?
Here.
Got a match?
Got a lighter. This is no good.
Yeah? Let's go.
Where to?
Entrance to Madison Square Garden. Man stabbed to death in the crowd going into the fights. Right at 8 o'clock.
Now you can get 5 times the established daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums in one formula. It's Rexall 5X Multivitamins, a marvelous new product direct from the world-famous Rexall Laboratories. In this new, carefully balanced formula, Rexall scientists have provided a tablet that is 5 times stronger than the minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with established minimums, plus red crystalline B12. Rexall family druggists are so anxious for you to reap the benefits of this amazing new vitamin formula that they invite you to try it for 10 days at their cost. They offer you a 10-day trial size, a regular $1.79 value in itself, free of extra cost, with a purchase of the regular bottle of 50, both for only $6.95. If, after 10 days, you do not notice a marked difference in your general health and well-being, return the unopened bottle of 50 tablets, and your full purchase price will be refunded. Take advantage of this special introductory offer on Rexall 5X Multivitamins, the tablets that give you 5 times the established daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums, plus red crystalline B12. Ask for 5X Multivitamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
A man murdered going into Madison Square Garden to see the fights. Stabbed through the heart while he stood in the middle of the large crowd. We went through the same routine, identify the body, question witnesses who had been close to him, see his friends, anyone who knew him.
Name's Leon Ellis, small-time fight manager. No family, handles a young kid named Billy Martin. Wasn't fighting last night.
At 10 o'clock the next morning, we found Billy Martin working at the East Side Gym. We talked to him for a while, but he couldn't help much. So we kept going, making our list of names, talking to everyone, all morning and into the afternoon. By 4:30, we were holding each other up.
Look, we're working with a madman who kills anybody close to him so he can show how helpless we are to stop him. The whole city's in a panic. The newspapers are blasting everybody in the department, yours truly in particular. Yeah?
I got him on the line again. He even bragged to me about this last killing.
Trace it as fast as you can.
Right.
Start that recorder, Rick. It's our boy again.
Okay. Go ahead.
5th Precinct, Lieutenant Levinson.
You can skip the formalities, Lieutenant. Your sergeant told you who was on the line. Well, I did it again last night, didn't I, Lieutenant?
Okay, so we can't stop you. I admit it. I'll admit it to the papers. That should make you happy. The police department can't do anything about it. That's what you want, isn't it?
Again tonight, Lieutenant. One more person will die.
Now, wait a minute. At least give me a chance to talk to
While you trace the call? No. Tonight at 8 o'clock, and you can't stop me.
Hello? Yeah?
Call came from a phone booth in Rockefeller Center.
Pick's the right place to call from. We look pretty silly rounding up everybody in Rockefeller Center.
Walt looked sick, and I felt it. What could we do? We knew nothing about our killer or where he'd strike next. Walt called in the reporters and gave them the story. The papers would blast the department, but it was the best way to warn the public to stay off the streets. The department was alerted, radio stations were given bulletins to broadcast, and Walt and I climbed into a prowl car and started cruising. At 8:05, it came in.
Attention, all units in the vicinity of Zone 12. A 211 in front of 415 West 64th. 415 Williams 64. Ambulance, dead body. Car 73, come in, please.
7-3, go ahead.
211 at 415 West 64 is a stabbing, Lieutenant.
Roger. That's it, Rick.
The victim was an elderly man dressed expensively and lying face down on the sidewalk. Again, no witnesses to the killing. Most of the people who had seen the man fall realized almost immediately what had happened because of the publicity on the last 2 killings. But like one man said...
Well, how are you going to see who killed him in a crowd like this? Maybe 100 people on the block when it happens. Boy, you guys better start doing something.
'The
Yes, sir?
Does Mr. Arthur Reeves live here?
Yes, sir, but Mr. Reeves is not in at the moment.
I'm from the police. Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Homicide?
I'd like to talk with everybody in the house.
Certainly, sir. Has something happened to Mr. Reeves?
He's been murdered.
Oh, no. No, not Mr. Reeves.
How many people in the house?
Myself, the maid, and Mr. George Reeves, Mr. Reeves' nephew.
Tell him I'd like to talk with him.
And we talked with the three people in the dead man's house. The maid, the butler, and George Reeves, the nephew.
I warned him not to take his walk tonight. I showed him the papers.
Did he usually take walks at night?
Has for the past 15 years.
Know why anyone would want to kill him?
Mr. Reeves? Of course not. You know very good and well it was that fiend what did it.
How about you? Can you think of why anyone would want to kill your employer?
No, sir. I've been with Mr. Reeves for over 20 years. I'm acquainted with most of his friends and associates.
Look here. I can assure you that my uncle knew no one who would want to kill him.
You're his nephew?
That's right.
Your uncle took walks every night?
Yes, every night.
Well, if you don't mind, we'd like you all to come down at the station to make statements.
Okay, we got the statements, another list of names, and a long one. None of these killings tie together. Nobody on the first list has any connection with anybody on the second list. Let's face it, if that madman calls again, we can't stop him.
Oh, take it easy.
Well,
will you?
can we?
I want to talk to the maid, the butler, and the nephew again.
Why? It's just the same as all the others.
I want to talk to them, okay?
I'm sorry. Getting jumpy.
No, you're tired. So am I.
Otis, send in the maid. What are you doing?
Fixing the recorder. I may want to listen to it again. So we again talked to the maid, then the butler, then the nephew, and the tape recorder picked up everything they said, and it sounded very much like everything everybody else had said after the first two killings. Walt let them go home and went up to talk to the commissioner. When he came back, he looked pretty discouraged.
I'm sure on the griddle. Salvador, turn in my badge.
I want you to listen to something.
Oh, sure.
I've cut out sections of tape, stuck them together.
Mr. Reeves took walks every night after dinner, and dinner was always at 7?
That's right.
Then he always left sometimes close to 8?
Yes, 7:30 or 7:45.
He was never gone more than half an hour?
No.
What time did he leave tonight?
About 7:45. Weren't you worried when he didn't come back within half an hour? Well, certainly. Both the maid and I were very anxious. Were you all in the house between 7:45 and the time we arrived?
Yes, sir.
Where was Mr. Reeves' nephew?
In his room. He went up right after dinner.
How wealthy was your employer?
He was very wealthy.
Mr. Reeves, who inherits your uncle's fortune?
Why, I do.
Was Mr. Reeves ever longer than half an hour with his walks?
Never more than a few minutes, one way or the other.
Who handles your uncle's affairs, Mr. Reeves?
Well, Richard B. Gregg. He's been my uncle's attorney for many years.
Young Mr. Reeves has always been excitable. Gotten a lot of trouble in the past.
Yes, he argued with his uncle many times. No, Mr. Reeves didn't come down and ask why his uncle had been gone so long. Certainly I worried about my uncle, but I thought he might have stopped along the way for something or other.
Okay, so you took out pieces of the testimony and stuck them together. So what?
Just this. Every one of these killings have taken place at 8 o'clock.
I know, and it's worried you.
Now, this is the first time that one of our victims was certain to be out on the streets at 8 o'clock.
Coincidence?
Maybe. Mr. Reeves was a wealthy man, very wealthy.
And the nephew gets his money, and the nephew was in his room at the time of the killing.
Who saw him?
The butler and the maid both say he was up there.
So he climbs out a window. His uncle was killed only 2 blocks from the house. Plenty of time to stab him, get back through the window.
You're really reaching out, aren't you?
Sure I am. What do you want me to do?
Well, the nephew's voice certainly doesn't match the ones we got on the threatening phone calls.
So he disguises it. I got an idea.
What?
Let's put a tail on all 3 of these people anyway. It's not much. It's all we've got so far. I'm going out to check on something. What? Here's something that'll make your hair curl. I just saw the attorney for the Reeves estate, and he said the old man was planning on changing his will, leaving all his money to charity, not his nephew. He was supposed to meet with Mr. Reeves this morning.
And Reeves gets killed last night.
Pretty convenient for the nephew.
We can't arrest him on that.
No, but it makes a good motive.
You think the nephew would kill 2 men and then his uncle just so it would look like a madman had picked out another innocent victim?
You got to admit it'd be pretty clever.
There's an understatement. Yeah.
He's on the line again, Lieutenant. I'm tracing it.
Oh, no. Our boy again. There goes your theory. Hello.
You can't do anything, Lieutenant. I've killed 3 men, and you can't stop me. I'm going to kill again tonight at 8.
Hello. Was him, all right. Tonight at 8. Rick, we've just got to do... Yeah?
Call came from Grand Central again.
Okay. Well, what happens to your theory now?
Well, he might do it again. Expect you to react just this way. Who's tailing George Reeves?
Harrison.
When does he report in again?
Checks in on the hour. Last time was about 20 minutes ago.
40 minutes to go, huh? No way of contacting him?
No.
Okay, we wait.
Yeah? Yeah? Where was he at 4:46? Don't let him out of your sight.
Well?
At 4:46, George Reeves made a phone call from a booth in Grand Central Station. He's home now.
Well, we had something. A motive and a man calling from Grand Central, but not enough to make an arrest. We waited until 7 and then headed for the Reeves house.
The area is surrounded. He'll have 2 men on him no matter where he goes.
He's still in the house?
According to Harrison.
No, I want to do more than pick him up with a knife.
Here he comes.
Yeah. Climbing into his car.
Attention, cars 31415. Suspect heading east. Proceed east on your streets.
We tailed him, keeping in contact with the other cars as they stayed parallel. When Reeves turned off, we went on ahead, notified the car in our right or left to pick him up. That way Reeves wouldn't suspect a tail. About 7:30, we got a call that Reeves had parked. We headed for the spot in a hurry.
Suspect is heading north on Coulter.
Oh, get ahead of him. Park at the corner of Davis. We'll pick him up there. We stopped at the corner and got out of the car. We waited until we spotted Reeves walking in our direction and then let him pass and followed, staying close. We kept after him until 5 minutes to 8. He swung out on Broadway and was pushing his way through the crowd. Then it happened.
Where'd he go?
We've lost him. Come on.
3 minutes to 8.
Let us through, please.
Well, I never...
Get out of the way.
Oh, you push.
Look out.
You see him turn off?
No, he's got to be... Walk, crossing the street.
Let's go.
Reeves.
No! Look out for the knife. No, let me go. Drop it.
You okay?
Yeah. Here's the knife.
Young man, what right have you got to hit that nice gentleman? He was helping me across the street. I have a good mind to report...
Lady. If this man was helping you across the street, just forget about him. Go bet on a horse or something. This is your lucky night.
Right when you need it most, Rexall scientists have developed a wonderful new product, Rexall Sunburn Cream, available now at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Rexall Sunburn Cream is a new film-forming compound that relieves sunburn misery almost immediately, gives more uniform coverage, and stays on longer than ordinary sunburn remedies. The protective agents in Rexall Sunburn Cream relieve the soreness and annoying itching of a fresh sunburn, soothe and cool the fire, help you sleep easier after overexposure. During these summer months, keep Rexall Sunburn Cream in the family medicine chest. It's available now at Rexall drugstores everywhere, the stores with the orange and blue sign. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Attention people on sugar-restricted diets. At last you can get a non-fattening sweetener in granulated form. It's Rexall Sweetenet Sprinkle, the easy-to-use sugar substitute in a shaker. Just sprinkle it on food for all the taste, none of the calories. And there's no bitter aftertaste. Remember the name, Rexall Sweetenet Sprinkle, at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Very funny. Certainly took you long enough.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Well, do you like them? The girls?
Yeah, I guess so. It's your own hair, I trust.
Oh, yes, Sam. When it's brushed out, you'll never know anything happened.
Whenever you're ready, Curly.
Oh, gee, you like it that well?
Yeah, very cute.
Well.
To business. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596, subject, the Bouncing Betty Caper. Yeah, Dundee. It all began on a Wednesday. My secretary, Miss Effie Perrine, tiptoed into my office and laid an engraved calling card on the desk in front of me. The name on it was Randall Carruthers. She said he looked like money, so I said, show her in. Or him in. She did.
Good morning, sir. Do you wish the morning paper?
Thanks, I've read it.
Dear me.
What's the matter?
This ashtray, sir. Have you a silent butler?
I don't even have a noisy one.
No. In all my years of service, it has been my constant endeavor to keep things neat and tidy, down to the smallest details.
I see. Well, if it bothers you, just dump those butts into the wastebasket.
Very well, sir. If you will pardon the presumption, sir, you could use a well-trained servant in this establishment. Wastepaper baskets clean and empty at all times. Never allow refuse to accumulate.
That's not refuse. That's this month's bills.
So I noticed, sir. I also noticed that you have not opened them. From this, I conclude that your services are immediately available.
Yeah, and I conclude that in spite of your glad rags and fancy handle, you are somebody's butler.
Oh, that is correct, sir. I am first butler in the household of Dr. Mark McGraw.
First?
Bleakcliff is the name of the estate. It's near the village of Squid Beach, some 50 miles in a southerly direction on the Pacific coast.
You know, I think I'm going to like you as a client, Mr. Carruthers. I mean, it's refreshing to get a few accurate facts without, shall we say, priming the pump.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
To continue, not counting the staff, there reside at Bleakcliff 3 persons. Dr. McGraw, master of the house since the death of his wife, his stepson, Mr. Anthony McGraw, of whom more later, and Mr. Anthony's sister, Miss Cathy. It is on her behalf that I've come to you, sir.
What is her problem, Mr. Carruthers?
The correct form of address is Carruthers, sir, not Mr. Carruthers.
Check.
Yes, thank you, sir. Now, as to Miss Cathy's problem, sir, someone is attempting to murder her. Specifically, she has upon several occasions been shot at from ambush. Twice she has awakened in the night to feel the hands of an assailant closing about her throat. And only yesterday, she narrowly escaped death when her motor car went out of control owing to some blackguard tampering with the steering mechanism. And upon numerous other occasions...
That's enough. You have convinced me that she indeed has a problem. What do the local police think?
No one has been to the police, sir.
Why not?
It's a delicate situation, sir. Miss Cathy's brother, Mr. Tony, is undergoing treatment for nervous disorder.
Mm-hmm.
The family did not wish to place him in an institution, and since Dr. McGraw, his stepfather, is a psychiatrist, he is allowed to remain at home.
I see. He's flipped. Where do I fit in, Carruthers?
Well, sir, if a reputable gentleman such as yourself were to come to Bleakcliff and witness these persistent attempts upon that girl's life, perhaps they could be forced to put the boy away where he belongs.
It's possible. I'm willing to try. For money.
Oh, splendid, sir, splendid. I took the liberty of drawing, in your favor, a draft upon the First National Bank of Squid Bay, 1 week's remuneration in advance of your services to the Bleakcliff estate in the capacity of chauffeur.
Chauffeur?
Yes, sir. I thought that might be a capital disguise. Have you a better suggestion, sir?
Well, no, that's okay. This check.
Yes, sir.
$200. It's a pretty big weekly salary for a chauffeur, isn't it?
Well, you will be allowed to shop for the vegetables, sir. Your cut has been added in.
I told them I didn't know one vegetable from another, that I was a lousy driver, and in more time than it takes to tell, I was installed at Bleakcliff in a room above the garage and told to wait there until summoned. I put on my pearl gray uniform with the brass buttons and leather puttees, looked in the mirror, and decided I had missed my calling, but not by much. Nothing happened for nearly an hour, and then I got my first buzz. Yeah, I mean, garage.
Phillips, the car, quickly. The main entrance. Keep your motor running. I have it locked in the living room, but it's breaking up.
Okay. Yes, miss. Let me see.
Here's that door open. Open that door. Why didn't you have the door open?
I'm sorry, miss.
Well, get going, please.
Darn it, miss. Where's the spark on this?
What's the matter with it?
Well, it's flooded. The house, you know.
He's got the meat cleaver again. Come in, it's distorted.
Well, I'm trying.
Get out, I tell you! Now! Stop it! You're hurting him! No!
All right. Put it down, kid. Put it down. Come on. Give it to me.
What's going on? I say, who are you? Haven't you been instructed not to disturb my patient?
I'm sorry. I'm new here. When I saw him coming at Miss McGraw with that meat cleaver, I naturally thought...
Oh, well, no harm done. Come along, Tony. Come along now. Come along, boy. We'll have a nice long talk. What shall I do with it now? We'll put it back in it.
You all right?
Oh, sure. I should be used to it by now. By the way, you're new here, aren't you? What's your name?
Sam.
Sam? That's nice. Turn to the left outside the gate, Sam, and drive straight out to the shore road.
Well, if I can just... Hey, I just turned that little key. Look, Ma, I'm driving. I adjusted the rear view mirror so that it showed more of her and less of the rear view. A mile from the house, she ordered me to stop, moved up to the front seat with me, and asked me to drive on. By the time we got to the shore road, she was driving, and I was resting my head on her shoulder. Where are we going?
I've got a little hideaway down the coast. It's right on the beach, at the foot of a tall cliff. There's a fireplace, a little bar, some records.
Got some vodka?
It's wonderful there with the surf pounding outside, hidden away from the world. You feel so safe.
Don't stop.
You'll like it there. You feel as if there's no one else on earth. Time standing still.
Oh, if I could just be sure that Mother wouldn't worry about me.
You're impossible.
Okay, Kathy, I'll be serious. What's with that brother of yours?
Tony? I'd rather not talk about that if you don't mind.
Well, maybe I can talk about your stepfather. I really should know what kind of a man my boss is.
I go for these drives to forget all that. Please don't spoil it for me.
Okay, Kathy, okay.
Please. The sharp turn into this driveway. Now, we get out here.
Yes, ma'am.
Down this path.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter? You afraid of high places?
Yeah, you just pushed me off of one.
Oh, Sam, don't be like that. You're pouting like a little boy. Come on, I want to show you my little house.
What's so special about your little house?
Oh, Sam, if you only knew what my life is like.
You only knew what mine is like.
I need someone so much to talk to, Sam.
As long as you can steer the conversation, you mean.
Come on, Sam. I'll show you the house.
The path led to a flight of wooden steps that clung to the face of a sheer cliff. There was something like the stairs you find yourself falling down in nightmares. They dropped maybe 200 feet to a crescent of white sand.
Watch out for that one step. It's broken.
Yeah. You have to make your dream house this hard to get to?
Because of Tony. He has vertigo.
What?
When we were kids, he used to chase me, and I'd run down here, and he was scared to follow me. Afraid of heights. He still is.
Oh.
Well, you light us a fire, Sam. The wood's there in the box. I'll go make us a drink.
Fire? Who needs a fire? I'm hot.
What'd you do before you took up driving?
Oh, I was a private eye for a while.
Oh, how exciting.
Nah, it's a sour racket.
Tell me about it.
Nah. Let's talk about you.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Well, what do you want to know about me?
Who, me? Come here. The scent she was wearing was 20 carat, but the story of her life was heavy melodrama. It seemed that Dr. McGraw, a handsome fortune hunter, was a folly of her mother's middle years. But she had come to her senses shortly before she died and cut him out of her will. But that was not the end of it. When Kathy's brother had been faced with the alternative of entering an institution or remaining at home under his stepfather's care, she had begged the doctor to remain in spite of his warnings that her brother might take a notion to kill her. But get this, Dundee, it's real deep. In spite of visible evidence to the contrary, she was convinced that her brother was not out to kill her, but that the doctor was. I couldn't sell myself on that part of the yarn, but she looked so awfully pretty while she was telling it. And suddenly, she didn't look so pretty. An expression of terror was on her face.
No!
Get down! I rolled her onto the floor and kicked the lamp out. By the glow of the embers in the fireplace, I could still see the gleam of the gun barrel shoved in through the broken window. I hoped he couldn't see so much. I knocked over a chair to give him something to shoot at. He was already halfway up the face of the cliff on those rickety wooden stairs. At the top, he turned and looked back.
Who was it? It was Mark, wasn't it?
The doctor? You know better than that. It was Tony. I thought you told me he was afraid of heights, couldn't come down those stairs.
He never did before. Don't you believe me?
Yeah, Kathy. I may wind up believing the rest of your story. I took Kathy back to Bleak Cliff and stashed her in my quarters over the garage. Then I went into the main house via the back stairs, found her room, and shook it down. In a cabinet, a bunch of war souvenirs, German helmets, grenades, rifles, and other lethal gadgets. In a desk drawer, I found a letter headed U.S. Army, Office of the Surgeon General. It certified that one Anthony McGraw was unfit for military service. Vertigo. Origin, childhood injury to middle ear. Downstairs in the library, I found a shelf of medical books. Vertigo. Vertigo was almost incurable, and there was certainly no quick cure. But some patients had lost their symptoms temporarily under hypnotism. Then it said, see narcosynthesis. I did.
Spade. I beg pardon, sir. Mr. Spade. Whatever are you doing in the butler's pantry, sir?
Looking for a butler. Namely you, Carruthers.
May I serve you, sir?
Yeah. How do I get an interview with Dr. McGraw?
Well, sir, I should... Oh. Strange, after all my years of service, I still start as a master's summons. Hey.
You did it again.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I'd better see what Dr. McGraw wants.
Forget it. I'm answering this one.
You're not going to drop your disguise, sir.
Why not? Who am I kidding, anyway? You rang, Dr. McGraw?
Oh, I didn't ring for you. I rang for Carruthers. I ordered him to tidy up my office while I was at dinner. And look at it.
Looks neat as a pin to me, Doctor.
Oh, yeah, sure new here. Chauffeur, eh?
I'm only wearing his uniform. Here's my card.
Oh, detective, eh?
That's right, Doctor, and this one's just about ready to wrap up.
Well, you interest me. Go on.
I will. I think you've been trying to use that boy as a murder weapon against his sister.
Oh, and you call yourself a detective?
If you can call yourself a doctor, I guess I can. You've been treating him with narcosynthesis, haven't you?
That's right.
Hypnotic drug. While he's under it, you brief him on his activities for the day, and he follows through, including assaults with deadly weapons.
That would be possible with certain very suggestible patients, but I'm afraid impossible to prove.
I think I can prove it, Doctor. You shouldn't leave your textbooks lying around loose. I found out the only way Tony could have walked down that stairway to Kathy's beach house without falling would be temporary relief of his symptoms due to hypnotic suggestion. Unquote.
I see. What do you intend to do about this theory of yours?
What do you suggest?
You see this row of buzzers here on my desk?
Mm-hmm.
This one is for my secretary. This is to summon Carruthers, and when I press this buzzer, two of the most hideous plug uglies you've ever seen will rush into this office, beat you to a pulp, and dump you outside the front gate. That's what I think of your theory.
Buzz away, Doctor. I think I like them better than I do you.
As you wish.
From where I was on the other side of the room, I didn't know what had happened at first. All I saw was a lot of paper gushing out of the wastebasket. The doctor sure was dead. His midsection was perforated like a shower drain. And in the wall, spanning out around the end of the room, about a yard up from the baseboard, there was a straight line of holes. I dug into one. What I took out wasn't a bullet. It was a perfectly round steel ball. Then I remembered the wastebasket, the paper flying out of it just before the explosion. In the bottom of it, I found the answer. The base of a steel mechanism with German lettering on it. It was a wartime anti-personnel mine that the GIs called the Bouncing Betty.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
I didn't wait for the Squid Beach law to arrive. Who could? I went straight back to San Francisco. You, Lieutenant Dundee, were waiting at my office.
Morning, Sam.
Hello, Dundee.
About that McGraw killing, Sam.
Mm-hmm.
The chief down at Skid Beach has asked us to cooperate with the department down there at Skid Beach.
Squid Beach, Dundee.
That's right. They say you caught a bus at Skid Beach.
Squid.
That's right. At 2:15 in the company of a young woman answering the description of the McGraw girl.
They say that, do they?
They say they got a statement from that butler,
Carruthers.
Well, it's open and shut anyway. The butler hired you, the girl is wanted, and you're hiding her out. Why?
Why not?
Well, it's established that the girl hated the deceased and bickered with him constantly. The doctor and the boy were pals. That girl's guilty.
You've been able to place her in the murder room?
Well, no, but here's an item. She worked with an Army ordnance during the war in research. Subject? I made a note of that. Enemy landmines, anti-personnel. One of the reports she helped put out was on the Bouncing Betty.
Yeah?
Definitely. Hey, where are you going, Sam?
Sam, it's been so lonesome cooped up here all day.
Why didn't you tell me you were with Army ordnance during the war?
I don't know. I suppose it thought it was unfeminine or something.
Try again.
All right, I'll tell you the truth. I had a copy of that report with instructions for the operation of the Bouncing Betty in the desk in my room.
What the devil are you doing with a thing like that?
I don't know. I was proud of it. It was the only report I worked on with the general.
Should have got rid of it.
I did. I burned it in the fireplace as soon as I learned what had killed him.
You didn't burn it good enough.
Sam, they found it.
Yeah.
Have they arrested Tony?
Not yet, but he's definitely sane. He'll have to take the rap for anything he's done.
I see. Well, I guess there's no other way. Tony didn't do it, Sam. I did. I want to make a confession.
Not to me, please. Not to me.
After what happened down at the beach when I knew I was no longer safe anywhere, I realized I had to do it. For Tony's sake as well as mine. When we arrived back at the house, I looked into the dining room and I saw Dr. McGraw eating dinner. I knew it was my chance to get into his office.
Yeah? Then what?
Well, the Bouncing Betty was in my room. There was some wire in the tool chest, and I knew that Carruthers always went to tidy up while the doctor was at dinner. So I waited until I saw him come out, and then I went in, and I looked around for a place to plant it, out of sight. Then I saw the wastebasket full of papers. It was the perfect hiding place. The whole thing didn't take more than 5 minutes. Well, say something.
I guess I don't know what to say.
Go on, say you hate me. Say it.
I don't. Wish I did.
Help me. Help me.
I'm sorry, baby. I am sorry. I don't know how long we sat there. I held her in my arms until she cried herself out, then we just looked at each other. I knew if I put it off another minute, I wouldn't call you at all, Dundee. So, with my arms still around her, I reached for the phone.
Homicide.
Lieutenant Dundee, this is Sam Spade.
Lieutenant Dundee. Hello. Hello.
Give me that. Lieutenant, this is Catherine McGraw. I wish to make a full confession in the murder of my stepmother.
I walked out while she was still talking to you, Dundee. I knew she'd wait for you, and I didn't want to be there when you took her away. As I walked over to my office, everything she'd said kept coming back to me. I could see her sneaking into her brother's room and getting a contraption out of the cabinet. I could see her hiding behind the door until Carruthers came out after tidying up McGraw's office, dumping ashtrays, emptying wastebaskets. And that's as far as I got. I went back to my office to wait. And sure enough, 20 minutes after the papers hit the streets with Kathy's confession, the door opened and he came in.
Well, sir, I believe it's turning a bit raw out of doors. The gardener was saying only this morning that we should order out some shrouds for the Sapiglosa Sinuasa. Am I discommoding you, sir?
No, Carruthers, I've been waiting for you.
With your permission, sir. The ashtray.
Just dump it in the wastebasket.
Well, I am gratified to note that your secretary has been looking after things and has emptied your waste paper basket. This is right and proper.
Quite.
Yes, sir. And, speaking of waste paper baskets...
Allow me, Carruthers. You have come to apprise me of your part in the death of the late Dr. McGraw. Am I in error?
You've already divined my purpose, sir. Yes, it was I who placed that infernal machine.
In the wastebasket, Carruthers, yes, I know.
It struck me as a bit of poetic justice that the buzzer, which that dreadful man used as a symbol of his despotism, should be the instrument of his own destruction.
I'm sorry, Carruthers. I'll do all I can.
No need, sir. No need. I'm aware that there is no final justification for taking the law into one's own hands. Every man is entitled to trial by jury of his peers. But where, Mr. Spade, where could be found 12 good men and true who would allow themselves to be called the peer of that monster, Dr. McGraw?
Period. End of report.
Sam! There must be some mistake.
Mistake, Effie? Mistake? No?
Well, the butler can't be guilty. That's old-fashioned.
He was an old-fashioned butler, sweetheart. Where today can you get help like that? Somebody who empties the ashtrays, keeps the waste paper baskets clean, tidies up around the place.
Well, I'd be only too happy to do the same for you, Sam.
I know you would, doll.
But considering what happened to Mr. Carruthers' employer,
Effie, you mustn't allow your mind to dwell on such matters. It's wicked.
Sam! Who emptied an ashtray in that wastebasket that I just finished cleaning out?
Pay it no heed, sweetheart. I'll buy you a silent butler. I'll go type that up.
Here it is, Sam. I hope I haven't made any mistakes. I'm in such a hurry.
Whatever did you do to your hair?
Well, I brushed it out, Sam.
What happened to the pin curls?
I told you, Sam, when it was brushed out, it wouldn't be noticeable.
Hours of torture sitting under a hot dryer for something nobody will notice.
But, Sam, it puts bounce in your whole makeup.
I get it. The bouncing Effie caper.
Oh.
Eyeshadow, new shade of lipstick. You look real gone.
Oh, no.
Whom is it tonight?
Well, it's a friend of Maud, Sam. Of course, she's not really serious about him, so it's all right.
Your conscience bothering you?
Oh, no, Sam, no. He's definitely not serious about her. I mean,
Well, have fun, sweetheart, while Maud burns.
Oh, well, she won't. And I suppose you'll be seeing that girl, what was her name? Oh, yes, Kathy.
Well, at least, F, I'm not playing in someone else's garden.
No. Well, have fun anyway. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Effie.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Private Detective, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.